live. What's going on, Byron?
What's going on, Eric? US Open preview, RBC Canadian mini recap.
Mini recap.
Mini micro recap. That's it. Congrats to Bud Colley. We are into the US Open.
I was excited that Bud Colley won. My mom, I was talking to my mom. I came back from being up north. It's a 3.5 hour drive to my hometown. I played in like a little 2-man tournament this weekend.
Nice.
And as I was driving home, I was talking to my mom, and she was like, "Hey, are you listening to golf at all?" And I was like, "No." And she goes, "Who's this Bud Colley guy?" And I'm like, "Bud Colley? Yeah, Colley. Yeah, who is this guy?" And I was like, "Dude, he's been trying to win tournaments for a long time. I guarantee you he's going to cry if he wins this event because it's been a struggle for Bud Colley."
For those of you that don't know, like, this was essentially the same as Gary Woodland winning, but more. Because this was his first win.
Yep.
He also came back from a massive car accident.
Right.
Like, massive injury. So, huge story personally.
Yeah.
Was it like, again, like no one's thrilled that Bud Colley like won, because it's Bud Colley, but it's Bud Colley. If you listen to the story, it's pretty cool, pretty damn exciting. So shout out to him.
I was excited that Bud Colley won. It's not like I didn't have him in a lot of my DFS lineups, or I didn't really talk him up, but he's always like that 7K guy that just seems to be like a glue piece that sometimes works out for you, sometimes doesn't. He's disappointed a bunch with lineups of mine. He hasn't really helped out many of lineups of mine, but as a story, I thought it was great.
Oh yeah. And I think the thing is, I didn't know about who Bud Colley was until I've just recently learned about him in the content game.
Okay,
like post-COVID.
Yeah.
Where I think because he was on tour way before that. And then a little while off, he was part of the JT.
That's right.
And I didn't know that. Know that, as a South African, he wasn't part of that bro-migo circle situation there. So didn't know it, so I'm catching up on that kind of thing there. But no, he played great. I got nothing bad to say about the golf game. He played fantastic golf. Sometimes you just get that perfect surge of
That's right.
In flow state and took care of business. Sam Burns does not manage to find that ever.
Oof.
I
saw you respond to somebody on X about, I think it was like a Sam Burns tracker or something like that. Like, you seemed pretty salty today or something like that. Whiny.
I was trying to just be funny about calling the little run that Bud Colley went on there, like the Scotty Scheffler Green Mile mode.
Yeah.
Where you just hit a couple good shots down the stretch, like seal the deal. And he basically did, he went on that 3 or 4 hole stretch, whether or not the shots were executed perfectly or whether or not. The fact of the matter is he went on a run, and Burns Burner came after me saying that he'd been neutral ball striking all week.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
I was like, well, have fun watching this. I would also be that salty if I was watching my guy blow a drive 50 feet right under the pressure every single time he's under the gun. Like, it's just, I don't know. It's a thing that people do not talk about enough.
Yeah.
Because Sam is a likable guy. He's actually of pedigreed nature. He's Scotty's best buddy. He does not have the stones he once had, man. He used to be a killer. He would win tournaments nonstop.
We're going to talk about Scotty pretty soon, but I think it's somewhat easy. And I'm not, this isn't a criticism whatsoever, but I think it's very easy to kind of backseat analyze. I just started getting into the qualifier games, or in the game of qualifying for tournaments, and I really hadn't done this ever. To put together 4 rounds of golf, let alone just 1 round of golf of pure perfection, essentially, it's difficult. Like, I know for I just qualified for the Minnesota State Open, and I know I was nervous beyond belief. Like the whole time playing 18 holes, I was like, I can't fuck it up. I can't, like, I had to make every putt, and Byron, every 4-foot putt was like, it just felt like life or death.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so as
Congrats, by the way.
What's that?
Congrats. That's awesome.
Thanks. I put together a pretty good round of golf, and I snipe hooked a drive on 1 and I snipe hooked a drive on 3 and managed to figure it out by hole 6. Hole 5, I kind of also snipe hooked it, but not as bad. And I'm thankful there wasn't a lot of trouble on those 3 holes that I had to play. But as I'm getting back to the whole Sam Burns thing, it's like, to be that good for that long, because that was this was Thursday that happened that I qualified. I had this 2-man tournament. I went into it, Byron, thinking I know how to point and shoot. It is so easy for your game to unravel. So easy. So like for Burns to do it for 3 rounds, but not 4 rounds, I don't know how much. I don't know. Maybe this is just recent bias for me, just playing in that qualifier and then playing just this weekend where I'm just like, I couldn't figure shit out, Byron. I had my stuff figured out Thursday, and that was a way more important tournament than the tournament I just played. I have no idea what the hell what just happened. No idea.
I feel, but okay, but that may or may not be an irregularity for you. Whereas for Sam Burns, this kind of performance down the stretch is
it's becoming normal.
Yeah. You know, that's the thing. No one's watching and scrutinizing what you're doing randomly on a Thursday versus not. It's like, the fact of the matter is that Sam Burns is playing good enough golf now to
we'll go back. Hold on. Click on that capacity again. This looks like it's just a putting issue, right?
Well, yeah, he's one of the best putters in. I mean, he's off the charts putting.
Yeah.
You know, like, but then we start losing fractional putting. You know, this is just pounding. This is Rory syndrome from the Open. 15 green regulations.
Terrible putting.
And you shoot over par because you are the best putter on the planet Earth, and you're just not converting. Obviously, he had some lengthy looks. Seems like he drove the ball relatively well as well. Like, what are we doing? Missed a really bad shot there. I think this is what he does down the stretch. He has that one shot that cost him the bridge shot at the Memorial.
Yeah.
You know, like this kind of stuff happens. So I don't know. He's obviously good enough to play in DFS because he's always hanging around.
Yeah.
But
well, and so putting is okay. If his ball striking was terrible, I would actually jump on this bandwagon or on this train and say that is him absolutely choking under pressure. Because like, if you're good for 3 days and that 4th day, because like my ball striking has been good this whole time. It comes down to putting, and it is one of those things where you can feel absolutely like Thursday. I poured in every 4 or 5 footer that I whatever. It was a 2-man triple format is what it's called. So it's scramble, best ball, alternate.
Mm-hmm.
I had a 5-footer for par on a par 5. It was our 25th hole of the day today, and I left it short. I have no idea how or why. It literally fleeted my mind what I needed to do at that point in time, and maybe because I was exhausted because I had actually played 75 holes this weekend. I played 18 Saturday, and then I went to my home course and played another 30 holes.
Dude, I'm so jealous of you right now.
and I had, the last time I played my home course, I shot 66. So like I'd been whatever. I couldn't break par. I was level par. If I got a birdie, I followed it right next with a bogey. So I understand I'm talking about myself, and this doesn't really so much pertain to Burns, but I'm going to give him more of a pass because I know my home course, and it literally came down to putting why I wasn't getting into red numbers. And I couldn't tell you, Byron, for the life of me, what the hell was going on with my putting, because I had just been lights out with it the last 2 weeks. So I don't know what the hell was going on.
It's just a heat check sometimes, like sometimes you get in your head. That's just how it goes, and
you want to know what I learned though? What it was on my last couple holes? I know I left that putt short on 7, or my 25th hole. It was my alignment. I had an open stance trying to putt, and I was missing left a lot, and it didn't dawn on me that my stance was open. I just thought I was reading breaks wrong. So it's like, you
shouldn't start pushing it to like compensate. You're just missing them, so you fix the fundamentals.
Yeah. And I don't have a training aid that I can just put down and go, oh, we're good now, and okay, putt the ball, and it goes where you want it to go.
I think one of the best things you can do is get one of those putters, the mirrors.
I have one of those. Yeah, it's in my bag.
A titanium mirror or whatever.
Yep, it's always in my bag.
That to me, you aim it at the hole, you can see where you're aiming, line up your feet to that, and you can get your eyes over the ball. I think that to me is one of my biggest things.
But I think you just made me realize what I need to do before this state open I'm going to bring that mirror out on the practice screen before my round and make sure that I'm aligned before I go out and play.
Yeah, there we go. I should be your caddy. You invited me to be your caddy.
That spot's open too.
Unfortunately, I've been grinding away on golf for the US Open this weekend because I'm going to be like still doing US Open stuff, but at the same time painting window edges. We have the house being taken photos of on Wednesday. So I'm like going to be going nuts.
Yep.
I'm a procrastinator. I don't do this stuff in short bursts like you should. I do everything in one go.
Yep.
So unfortunately it fell on US Open week, but such is life.
Yeah.
And I thrive under pressure in life, unlike Sam Burns does on the back nine of the golf tournament.
Just making it come full circle.
Wow. Did not mean to do that burn, but the long full circle burn there coming in hot, too heavy.
Burns getting burned.
Statfish of the week was Victor Hovland. Of course it was. I have a propensity of finding the guy at the exact wrong time to fade / like who saw this coming from Victor Hovland, but he just went so solid, like just doing his thing. He's gaining 1 million strokes on approach again, but he's going to be, we can chat about him when we get to US Open.
Yeah. I was going to say there was something earlier in the week when I was doing all my content. I can't remember off the top of my head. You don't have to, don't share my screen. I'm just looking for stuff. There was something at the beginning of this week that I looked into. Maybe I said it in my Wednesday pod for my members on YouTube, but Hovland, for whatever reason, it's actually a great conversation. I want to have a conversation with you about seasonal performances.
Okay.
JT Poston winning the Memorial was one of those. For whatever reason, this is like JT Poston's time is between the Memorial and the John Deere Classic. Like he thrives in this span of time. And you remember the adage during the Sony Open? What type of golfers or what country did the golfers come from that time was their prime season to golf? It was Australians. And there was a lot and who it's like it's very narrow or whatever, and it's probably just one or two good golfers like Cam Smith, Mark Leishman, Adam Scott. Those three golfers dominated either Sony or maybe they did well at whatever. So my
Cam won Kapalua and the Sony.
Right.
And Leishman's done nuts at Century, yeah.
So my question to you would be like, are some of these golfers, and should we put this into our process? They're like seasonal performers?
My immediate logical conclusion would be that you go through areas of the country during certain times of the year, whereas someone who doesn't putt well on POA or deal well with Californian agronomy could technically, if he lived in Brazil, be playing the best golf of his life on a Tuesday afternoon or Thursday afternoon in Feb.
Sure.
But just because he's playing on a different surface, he's playing whatever. I think Poston, potentially he's a bent grass guy. Like he has his spike putting rounds potentially on bent surfaces, right? So sometimes when you need that extra edge, you find yourself being on a certain surface that's comfortable, that, allows you to sink a couple more putts, feel a little bit more comfortable with your game. You can be a bit more risky with your approach shots because you can make a couple more par putts, that kind of thing. It's just a nice little domino comfortability thing. No one knows why when you go to a specific golf course, you play better, no matter what kind of form you are in. It's just sometimes you have that certain course that just allows you to do that, right? So I think it's definitely interwoven with each other.
Yeah.
Surely.
And so that's where I was thinking with Hovland. It's like, is this the time that Hovland does well? Because he's played US Opens pretty well in his career. Now, there's also times where he, splashes a bunker and a pebble goes into his eye and then he can't finish a US Open. But outside of that, he plays pretty well around this time.
Yeah, and the alien activity is high right now. So Hovland is radioactive, and no wonder this stuff's going on with him. The buddy's doing his thing.
I love it.
He's probing, and
he's an alien.
Let's use this as a transition to get into the US Open, Darbo.
Okay.
Screw it.
Yeah.
Because Hovland at US Opens has played well. Your typical US Open is Oak Hill. It's Quail Hollow type stuff. What did we have last year? We had it at Oakmont, where mash driver and heave it out of there. Oakmont was a bit more bulletproof, where you really had to hit the fairway, but the typical defense for most US Opens is to hit your driver as far and as high as you can in the air, carry it as far as you can, and then get it out of that rough if you are in the rough. Better than anyone else that can when they're in the rough. Whereas this week, we have I've got Devil's Anus strokes gained coming up, by the way. We'll chat about that shortly. It's when scoring averages are over 2+.
Oh, okay.
So I did it for some color, and I did some correlations, for whatever over here. This was 2018 when they played at Shinnecock. And you don't often see accuracy trump distance by almost 3x.
Yeah.
When it comes to correlation. Usually it's the opposite. This week is the week.
I did my first look video, and I also did Pass Optimal and GPP winning lineups video like I typically do. And my whole argument when it came to like the first look with some of those golfers was the exact same thing you're kind of getting at. It's like anybody's live here at Shinnecock. Like if you want your accuracy guys, go with your accuracy guys. Like distance guys are going to have to become more accurate if they're going to be good at this place. Because this is where the rough gets thick, and it's where the fairways burn out and they roll forever. You don't need a ton of distance in order to play well at this golf course. You need to be in the fairway,
Yes. You need to be in the fairway, and in particularly, you need to be on the green. Like, first off, couple rattle off things. Yeah. Use code BETS for 50% off. BETS 26 for 50% off Model Maniac Patreon stuff. All of this is available. Darbo has a promo as well. We're going to cut right now, Darbo. Let the people know. I think US Open. Let's get this out there. So I always run this during the majors. It's a giveaway called Win the Pot. It starts at $20, and every one new subscriber, I add $2 to the pot. I time stamped this, or I goal stamped this, I should say, at 954 subscribers. The channel's already at 959, so that's 5 new subscribers. We're adding $10 to the pot. If you guys want to grow it more, subscribe to SweetSpotDFS on YouTube. That'll help grow it, or grow the pot to add more money to it. If you want an entry into the giveaway,
comment on any of the videos that I post on YouTube for the US Open week. So you'll see this color scheme that's on there right now. Whatever video has that color scheme, go comment on it. Just say hi, hello, sweet spot, let's hit the sweet spot, whatever you want to do. Just comment down below and you get a free entry for doing that. I'm probably going to have 5 videos out there. This is included. We're live right now, but once this goes to replay on YouTube, boom, go right down in the comment section and comment. You'll get an entry, just 1 entry per video, but still, it only takes 1 to win. So yeah, subscribe. Please subscribe.
Hit the like, hit the subscribe, both channels. We'd appreciate that.
Yes.
I'll be doing a giveaway at the hour mark. Darby's got hats for sale.
Yes. So I will also be doing hats, which if you win that giveaway, you can just say, hey, I'd like a hat instead. You don't need to get cash money, but you certainly, hey, if you want the money, you get the money. But yeah, I've got different options for hats. If you want a more specific hat, Byron, you can actually copy this URL right here, put it in there, email me all of this right here. I will then, or I should say email, you type stuff in here and then you hit request now and I get an email. And then I will shoot you an email back confirming, hey, just so you just to be clear, you want this. Well, if you go to this site and you find a hat you like better than the ones that I have right here, totally fine. Totally fine.
Okay.
We'll stamp. We'll either do a badge, like these 2 are badges. These 2 are embroidered. They're stitched. So we can do that on whatever hat that you want. It's just I'm not pulling them out for free. They're going to be $40. That's how much it's going to cost.
If you want to, it's a hat, dude. It's a sign of support. You know, like they're.
And honestly, I'm not getting any profits out of this. Like, I'm not doing this for profits. This is for followers that just want a hat that says SweetSpotDFS on it. If you want to style with me and wear the SweetSpotDFS hats, go for it. This is for you guys.
Yeah. Cool. No, awesome. I like that bottom right one, by the way. So I will be getting one of those.
You like the bottom right one?
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah.
So those are the 2 things, the 2 special things that I've got going on for the US Open. There's always giveaways that I do normally, but check out my videos. We won't waste any time here talking about it, but those were the 2 main ones, Byron. Thank you.
Let's go. You are more than welcome. Happy to help you. Happy to help me. Happy to help you all listening. We really appreciate all of that. Where we're going right now is hilarity land, okay? Because I'm going to do filter by total score last time they played. And the guys that missed the cut at +9 would have finished 15th. With their score to par.
It's amazing.
+9.
It's amazing.
That is incredible. You know, like you go scroll all the way down here and there are just guys like Benny Arn shot 26 over par. Poor guy. Almost as much as Gregory Scott in just 2 days. So fun stuff. You can see all of this over here, you know, correlations. I think obviously the ball strikers, if you found fairways, you were finding greens. When you're finding greens, you were dialing it the hell in. You know, like you can see the best guys here hit a lot of greens.
If you
gotta hit the greens.
If you look at that, I see a couple good putters, maybe a handful of good putters, but the rest of them suck at putting. Like Fleetwood's never been known as like a good putter. Yeah, Finau's never been known as a good putter. Stenson has never been known as a good putter.
Russell Knox, no.
I don't even think Simpson is ever really recognized as a good putter. He always does like the weird. He done some couple weird things. Once they got rid of the belly putter, he got worse at putting.
Yeah. But you know, these are grinders. These are short game guru kind of guys. Like for me, Patrick Reed, I'm going to tell you right now, I've already bet him at 50-1. This is the way to go. Patrick Reed, in my opinion, is perfect for this golf course.
I don't hate it.
So this is what we're looking at. Obviously, no one broke par last year. So do we want to take a look at the Devil's Anus guys?
I wouldn't say last year. You mean 2018?
Last time they played. Yeah. Sorry. Yes.
It's all good.
Here's the Devil's Anus guys. When this is a beer pong rule that you get. If you make the top cone, the back 2 corner cones, and then the middle cone, you create a ring of fire / the devil's
Love
anus.
it. Love it.
Immediately win the game.
I need to play with those rules with my buddies. I've never heard of that one.
It's fun, because then you are like honing in, because sometimes you can take your time to get that final cup, and if you miscue, you can sink one on the wrong cup, and then you destroy the pattern.
Right.
And so living in the anus, we've got guys like Alex Fitzpatrick, which this calmed me down. Yes, Scotty Scheffler, Darbo. And these are rounds of golf anytime the scoring average was 2 over par or more, which was all 4 rounds of the 2018 US Open at Shinnecock. So we can expect that again. And Scotty is averaging 3.3 strokes per round in these kind of conditions.
Pretty good.
My overall thought immediately when I get here is this seems to me like it's Pinehursty. It seems a little gimmicky in some capacities with the landing areas on and around the greens that can really frustrate Scotty. That is my number one concern. The fact he's not also hitting his irons the greatest right now.
Yeah.
Like compared to his usual self, he's going to be interesting. So does he handle these conditions well? Yes, when the course is playing fair. I think this course can tend to lean itself towards not playing the fairest at times. So thoughts on how you think this venue is going to unfold this week?
Well, in 2018, that's where infamous Phil Mickelson putted the ball and it started to trickle down the green because it missed the hole, and he ran down to then hit it again while it was still moving because it was going off of the green.
Yeah.
And Phil, probably knowing the rules, was like, well, I rather hit it here, take my 2-stroke penalty, and deal with the final score than it going down there and me not possibly getting up and down in 2. Yeah. So like there was a bit of intelligence there, but also just brashness beyond belief. Yeah. I bring that up because that's how tough that course was. If you missed by like 4 feet, the ball would just run off. And you said some tricky holes. That's exactly what it is, and that's why the scoring average was as high as it was. Because it's like you're playing defensively the entire time. Yeah. Now, when it comes to just the whole complex and everything, you said it kind of reminds you of Pinehurst. Mm-hmm. I understand why you said it reminds you of Pinehurst. It's not that I disagree completely, but Pinehurst was those crown greens where there were runoffs all over the place. There are some like that at Shinnecock, like that Phil Mickelson one I was just talking about, but that was more like a false front, and I think you've got a lot of those on this golf course, or at least a few of them, that will wreak havoc on a front pin. I think Scotty is going to be better at this golf course than he would have than at Pinehurst, because Scotty has a left, or his big miss is the left miss. And at Pinehurst, that means you were in the fescue, or you were in the native area, as it was called, the native area, which was sand, rocks, long grass, whatever. It was just a bunch of whatever. So you just don't have that here at Shinnecock. You do get fescue, but I'm kind of not that concerned what Scotty's going to do off the tee. It's pretty wide open. There's going to be trouble. There's going to be long grass. But I think him being in those areas whereas like Pinehurst, and I guess, oh shoot. Yeah. I might backtrack on what I was saying, because I was just about to say Pinehurst seems like it's just more luck. If you found a bare patch of sand that your ball nestled into, that's easy to hit out of for those pros. But if it found one of those clumps of grass in that area, that is just luck. It's luck of the draw, basically. The same can be said in fescue. That's why I was going to say, I got to backtrack what I was going to say. But fescue, by and large, is going to be relatively the same for everybody. You're just not going to be able to really hit out of it. So I think that brings everybody back down, to the quote unquote field. But for Scotty, I don't think that hurts him. I think that actually helps him because
because he's in it less than everyone else.
Well, that too, but even if he's in it, unlike, luck of the draw at Pinehurst, he's not going to really have an unfair, he might not find the same unfair lies that he did at Pinehurst than he would at Shinnecock.
Yeah.
Or that he will at Shinnecock.
If you miss your, everyone's screwed.
That's right. Like that. Yes. Everyone's screwed. Everyone's screwed.
Like, as you can see, the rough proximity, I know this is super noisy. It's 4 rounds of golf, but it was the worst correlation of them all, was the success out the rough.
Yeah.
Which kind of speaks exactly to what we're saying here, is the fact that, when you're having a 60% fairway proximity correlation on approach shots versus 15 out of the rough, the rough is it's just half a shot, basically.
Yes. Yeah.
Penalty. It's not a hazard, but it might as well be, because you're just hacking out of it,
yep.
To a spot where you're going to try your best to get up and down. Which brings me to the next thing that I think is going to be super important this week is before we actually get that, I want to ask you a question about accuracy. Who do you think having wide fairways, relatively easy to hit fairways, the driving accuracy for this tournament was 70%.
Oh.
Okay. So they hit 70% of their fairways in average, and then 50% of their greens. 53% of greens were hit from 70% fairway rate.
Crazy.
That kind of just goes to show you how important iron play was, as you can see, which makes sense. So it's more of a second shot golf course, in my opinion, based off of the fact that, yes, guys that are accurate are going to have far less bad shots out of the rough, but essentially, what I'm trying to get my head around is, like, how does this help Cam Smith? Does it benefit Cam Smith, who is perennially pathetic off the tee?
Terrible.
He's not going to hit 70% of fairways this week, but maybe the fact that he might hit 70% of his fairways, maybe 65, because he hits really bad shots.
He does.
You know what I'm saying? Not a lot of them in a row, maybe he does a bit too. But the variance of bad shots here doesn't matter. Like, if you're in the shit, you're in the shit. He's going to get out of the shit and then do his shit. Like what Cam does, get up and down kind of thing. Maybe try and make a fall.
I'm concerned with Cam Smith. Like, it worked at the Masters, hitting it all over the place. It didn't quite work at the PGA Championship.
Yes. So this is what I'm thinking, is the PGA Championship isn't necessarily anywhere remotely close to what I'm looking for from golfers, because that was more of an accuracy test than this week off the tee. Because if you weren't in the fairway there, and it was very difficult to be in the fairway there, you were screwed.
Yeah.
Whereas you are screwed this week if you are not in the fairway, but it's not nearly as difficult a challenge to be in the fairway this week compared to Aronimink.
What's kind of funny is, so I know what you're saying, and I'm going to just agree with you generally, but for whatever reason, I feel like Cam Smith is the type of golfer who, it's like, okay, I have all this space to work. So it's not that he's aiming for the middle of the fairway. He's like, well, I actually have more room to work with, so I can aim a little bit closer to the right side, and then flares it off even more to the right,
Yes. Now, my Cam Smith whisperings are coming at me pretty hard. Because
are they?
Because this reminds me of Kapalua. It reminds me of St. Andrews.
Oh,
okay. Off the tee.
Yeah.
Where the fairways are bigger and wider and runny and slopey. And
do you know how wide they are off the top of your head? I don't. That's what I'm asking. And if you don't, that's fine. No big deal. But I want to compare it to Kapalua if you did know.
I don't know if even Pat had it up when I was looking at his stuff. They are.
Are you having a show with Pat this year or this week?
Not yet. Well,
okay.
Sometimes that comes. No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I did best bets with Cam on the PGA Championship.
Gotcha.
Okay, here's hole 1. It's 60 yards wide.
Holy.
So you've got a pretty wide fairway. It cambers by 3 feet variation there.
You know what Cam's going to do? He's going to aim in between that one bunker, the most narrow spot, and try to hit it there.
I know. This is what I'm saying. There's another 55-yard wide.
That's huge.
50-yard wide fairway. Here's another one. Yeah, it's massively wide. Now, obviously, there's runoff and rolling and slope and things like that. But still, to me, that takes the pressure of your what can cause bad tee shots is pressure.
Yeah.
When you are a bad driver of the golf ball and your target area is narrowed significantly, there's more pressure to hit a good shot that you're not more likely to do.
Whereas, all right, I'm right there with you. Yeah.
This seems like, oh, okay, like the bad drivers of the golf ball can maybe figure it out around here.
Yeah.
Especially if they're very good scramblers, because then when they miss the fairway, along with everybody else, they're going to actually be better from the missed fairway when everyone's missing that fairway, because they're just so much better at scramble. Like for Cam, I wanted so much strokes gained around the green this week. 51% correlation for around the green play, when the two guys that finished first and second lost strokes around the green, and that is still a pretty hefty correlation.
Yeah.
Because this is just for this tournament, which is, and I know you hate these things, but I feel like this is kind of just helping us paint a picture of what we can expect this week.
Sure. Yeah. So you're really liking the Cam, the Patrick Reed, Cam Smith combo because of their short game and their creativity.
Russell Henley. So this is the thing. It's like, I don't mind having an inaccurate guy, but I also don't mind having an accurate guy, because Russell Henley's biggest issue is going to be coming on approach, because he's going to be coming from the fairway 80% of the time. Driving accuracy, Sung Jae Im missed the cut. He hit 89% of his fairways. Tommy Fleetwood hit 86% of his fairways. Justin Rose, 84. Look at these guys, 84%, 82%, 80+% of fairways were hit. I'm expecting Russell Henley should be exactly like in the mixture. What did he even play this? He must have played. Yeah, he is. Yeah, 82% of fairways, finished 25th. This was when Russell Henley didn't know how to chip and putt. So now he's like a short game guru. Brian Gay, T20. Like, if that's not telling you what this golf course is demanding from golfers.
Flip it over to my screen. I want to show you something. This is going to correlate with what you were just talking about. So if I sort for everyone watching and also listening, I have my lead-in stats page at SweetSpotDFS.com open to the U.S. Open in 2018. And the wonderful thing here is we can look at the lead-in strokes gain stats for the U.S. Open to correlate with what Byron is talking about. So if I sort by off the tee, we do get success here, but obviously, if you look at who the golfers were that are good off the tee, this is their stats heading into the U.S. Open. Their year-long stats heading into the U.S. Open. DJ finished third. Ooh, number one golfer in the world, I'm sure, at that time.
Good in all departments.
Yeah.
Yes.
Number two, or finished second place, was Tommy Fleetwood. Now, the winner was Brooks, and then you had Tony Finau, which that would be a huge surprise. That's it. It's like four dudes only worth talking about. Looking at approach heading into the event, the best approach players, Henrik Stenson finished sixth. Look at that, LT Gray up there. But you had DJ yet again. And then it's Daniel Berger who finished sixth and Justin Rose who finished 10th. We can count the 16th places, but it's like a handful of people. Now, to go back on what you're saying, watch when I sort by around the green heading into this event. There's way more green. Way more green.
A little further down.
Finishing
list, but
10th and, whatever, but you see more. Yeah, fourth place, that's your best finish, and that was Patrick Reed. But you do have other golfers here that had a bit more. I mean, there's just, when we're looking at just that stat leading in, because that's kind of what you're getting at, is like these golfers that have these stats coming into this year's US Open. You want short game guys, and this is kind of proof in the pudding. It's like 50% of your golfers right here finished inside the top 20 of, and these are like the top 20 around the green, like the best around the green stats for golfers. It's the top 20, and half of them finished inside the top 20. Putting is also more successful than approach and off the tee were heading into this event. Of course, Brooks is up there, Henrik's up there again, Patrick Reed. So it's the same dudes that are showing up being good putters and just good short game specialists. So these stats kind of correlate with what you're talking about, Byron. I would have to agree with you about short game being something that is very important to look at when picking the players you're betting on or putting them in your DFS lineups. Recent form approach looks pretty good too. This is the last 7 weeks that I just filtered on. I'm just curious to see. Again, around the green is still.
It's remarkable. It's remarkable color wise.
Yep. And the colors, obviously, the green means they're top 20s. The dark reds means they're missed cuts.
Yeah.
And you mean,
I think that you see what we're noticing here is the lack of miscuts.
Correct.
Right? Like the guys are just limited damage, because all it's going to take this week is one good shot to make a par.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to be a very important shot on that hole. You're going to need to either, because the drive isn't going to make it. That's the thing about driving this week, is that everyone's going to basically be put back on a level playing field once you've hit your drive. It's not going. If you hit it in the rough, you're not going to make a par, most likely. If you hit it in the fairway, you're still maybe not going to make a par, but you can still make a very easy par by just hitting a stiff iron shot from the fairway when you got full control to 3-4 feet.
Yep.
You can miss it in a perfect spot off the green where you can chip it to 2 feet.
Right.
Maybe chip it in.
Right.
You can sink a 12-foot par putt if everything else has gone badly.
Yep.
That's what you're going to have to do this week.
And again, just off the tee, whether I'm looking at the last 7 weeks or even the last year, to your credit, what you're saying, distance does not matter. And off the tee stats include distance and accuracy, but we all know the best off the tee players are the guys who hit the ball the furthest. Yeah. And so that has very little. I mean, Brooks Koepka, he was a leader in all the other stats also, as we were looking, not approach, but like putting. He was one of the top guys. Henrik Stenson was one of the top guys with around the green. Wasn't he the top dude up here?
I think he was his top iron player.
Top iron player?
Yeah.
He's okay. Yeah, he's one of the top iron. Yep, you're right.
Full year.
That was last 7 weeks. I'm sorry, I was looking at the last 7 weeks, not the last year. Henrik Stenson putting, believe it or not. Oh my God.
Yeah.
All right, whatever.
Dude, it makes total sense why he played well at Sun City all the time. Just keep it in play.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, he was a top approach guy. Yep.
Yeah.
So all these stats, if the guy's like a leader in a few of them, it kind of makes sense that they'd be good, but you're seeing a lot of, just off the tee wasn't that big of a deal. You know, golfers that with good off the tee stats heading into this event, Sure. Look, you've got first, second, third, and fifth inside the top 20 right here of these golfers. You've got first, second, third, and fifth. You could build a DFS lineup around those golfers as a 10, 9, 8, 7.
Yeah. But again, if you take a look at what those other guys are that finished well, Tommy Fleetwood is top 20 in approach and around the green play.
Yeah. All green.
The same goes, like the greens line up there.
All green.
Brooksy coming in, putting his brains to pieces.
Yeah, bad approach and bad around the green.
And dude,
Finau had all positive stats too at that time.
Tony Finau, Jesus, that was back when Tony Finau was top 5ing like basically every other major as well. Oh, this is the glory days, man. 2018.
Oh,
This
I
was back
know.
when Tony Finau was rolling ankles at the Masters, celebrating par 3 hole-in-ones.
Yeah. Wasn't that 2019?
I can't remember the exact year, but yeah,
The year that Tiger won, because I thought Tony was in contention that year.
There we go. The Black Ankle, the Black Panther, the Black Cat. We just got it all, going on.
Yeah.
In 2019.
All right.
When Molinari. So basically, if you were to pick between around the green play or off the tee play, which
I'd
would
pick
you go
around the
for
green? You'll have more choice. You have more chances to find success picking golfers that have better around the green than you would off the tee. Just look at what we just saw.
Yeah.
Now this year could be different because it's not the same golfers, and some of these golfers have different stat profiles, So yeah, there might be we might have more off the tee guys that finish well, but it's going to also be because they have good around the green stats.
Yeah.
And maybe bad approach stats. Maybe, never know.
We don't know, but I think I would be shocked if the course doesn't play quite similarly to how it did in 2018. Difficult.
Oh yeah, and that was the question. Yeah, I didn't really fully answer your question. I don't think they're gonna make it clown show hard like they did back in 2018, but it's still gonna be tough. It'll still be tough.
I also think they are better at managing golf courses now.
Yeah.
So they can probably push the limits safer because of just they know how to handle this stuff so much with technology. It's like 10 years later,
right?
Agronomy, I'm sure they've got like
very
crazy
true
different stuff, So
they probably can measure the water moisture in grass right now.
Exactly. And have way more accurate projections of how much moisture is going to evaporate from the grass.
That's right.
Before they water it next,
you know,
so I'm sure this is all fine in their world. So yes, if you're a very accurate driver of the golf ball, I love that for you this week. If you're not, like your game is going to be stress-free if you're just like a Russell Henley this week. For half of the shots that you're hitting full swings, your approach shots are going to be less stressful because you're coming from the middle of the fairway.
Mm-hmm.
We saw such a massive correlation between fairway proximity versus rough proximity, being not even a correlation at all. So being in the fairway is important, but you can miss a couple fairways here and there. As long as you're hitting more than 50% of your greens, you're good to go. So, okay.
Well,
that is my synopsis of the golf course. And
do we want to see who our leaders are of these stats for this field?
Let's go.
This is SweetSpotDFS.com, the cheat sheet. This is free for everybody. Free. So you just go into the website, you go up to the fantasy tools, go down to cheat sheet. And I currently have the button selected of next week, which is the US Open, and strokes gained last year, because we just kind of did that. That's kind of we can do both of these things. We can review past tournaments and the lead-in data leading into those tournaments, and we can also compare it to this year's tournament and the lead-in stats for all these golfers. So you're doing a 1-for-1,
This is my favorite part of the show, by the way.
I do this every single week. Just
like opening Christmas presents.
Yeah. So strokes gained off the tee. There's some golfers I've never heard of before. They probably only have one event, and I don't have the rounds to show. But if we were to let's pick 4 golfers that are in the top of strokes gained off the tee, and we'll cut it off right here down to Ludwig. Pick 4 golfers that you think are going to perform well.
I'm staring at the around the green column. Going with Nathan Kimsey, Scotty Scheffler, Rory McIlroy, and John Rahm. Wow, those guys off the tee are going to do great this week because everything else. But if I can't say those names, Tyrrell Hatton is very intriguing to me. Played well, he did, back in the day.
Is that just how easy this is going to be? Hold on. I want to see what this looks like here too, because if that's a corollary, or I don't know what the term is called. It's just pattern recognition, I suppose. But I want to see this. Yeah, positive around the green with strokes gained off the tee. negative rate. Look at all the negatives first. That's what I want to look at. Looking at all the negatives to see how well or how poorly they performed. So 63rd, missed cut, 36th, missed cut, missed cut, missed cut, 65th. Then you got Brooks, who won the tournament, and then a missed cut.
His brains out, and he hit his irons. He led the field in fairway proximity.
Brooks did,
but he was.
Oh, green and regs too, right?
Yeah, not in GR, but he was top. But he hit from the fairway. He hit his golf ball on average to 27 feet.
Oh, that's pretty. Yeah,
on average.
Yeah, that's crazy.
The next best was a guy that Brandon Thornberry missed the cut. So that doesn't even count. Tyler Duncan is next, and it's 32 feet.
Wow.
So like he was
That's
like
insane.
5 to 6, 2 yards closer.
Yeah.
And he's the next best guy.
But also Brooks came in with negative approach. We're break even basically. So he played out of his mind.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the rest of the golfers had negative stats. Best finish was Gary Woodland, 36th.
Yeah.
And like Brooks, this is a break even number. This is just standard. This is your PGA standard. Like if it starts 0.0, that's pretty much 0. You do not need to think, oh, that's a negative around the green guy, you know? So here we go. This week's event with the top strokes gained off the tee, Bryson, big, whatever, bad, whatever, I don't even know what his nickname is. DeChambeau.
Beefcake.
Yeah, Beefcake. There it is. Yeah, Bryson Beefcake. That around the green is awful.
So I think what you can draw from Aronimink is the iron, like the around the green play. Because I feel like this kind of venue is similar with like the chintziness, the delicacy that you need. And we saw Bryson just get completely demolished around that golf course.
Hey, and I'm going to say this, to back off what you were saying. It's just like power doesn't really matter here at this golf course.
No.
It's going to, and he's terrible with his wedges. He's terrible with his wedges. I'm talking like 140 yards and in. He's just awful. Yeah.
Well, his wedges are from like 180 yards and in.
No, that's true. Okay, fine. Then the off-speed ones, ones at 140 and in, that'd be like the equivalent of you and I at 60 to 80. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm joking.
No,
for the PGA Championship. He didn't have enough clubs. His range of clubs. He was hitting 5-irons on the range. What are you hitting a 5-iron for? It's driver wedge. You need to have like 7 wedges in your bag, bro, because you're going to be hitting so many of them. Whereas this course helps him a little bit better. But
I think you hit a 5-iron. Because this is what I do, and I know I know I don't speak for everyone, but you hit a 5-iron because if your irons suck, the lower the iron is, the more you're going to tell how bad you are with your irons.
Yes.
So if you hone those clubs in, you're going to hone in every other club that kind of goes down the.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you know what I'm getting at.
Yes.
The point I was trying to make is got to have it dialed. So Bryson is out of the equation this week, in my opinion.
How about Yako? It's close. It's close.
The reason I don't want Yako is not to do with the general profile. It'll likely just be because he sucks in majors. I need more. I need more from him.
That can be a good reason too. That can be another good reason too. Why not?
Yeah.
I don't even know who Preston Stout is, but because he's a nobody, that means he's not going to do anything.
Yeah.
Nathan Kimsey, same thing.
We'll be investigating that though. That seems like an interesting profile. But
Kimsey?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Just because he's good around the green, you never know. I'm going to be weighing that around the green.
Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. Michael Brennan, bomber. This isn't going to really benefit him, and his around the green is pretty awful also.
Neuters emphasizes what should be neutered, like for him. So not good.
Ty Hatton, we can have negative putters, break even around the green, but that approach, that kind of reminds me a little of Henrik Stenson. If we're comparing 2018 to this year, but also Henrik was top in putting, whereas Hatton, in the few events that I've recorded, I mean, that's kind of what this comes down to. This doesn't have live data in it. We all know Hatton's a better putter. than this.
Yeah. And what I've modeled my guys on this week, Darby, is majors. I've just used strokes gained majors for the majority of my micro model rankings.
Sure.
Because majors, you see guys putt better in majors versus like non-majors because it's a different pressure. And Tyrrell, I'm curious to see what he does putting wise. Because he's been playing much better lately in majors. So, but anyway, I'm derailing us here.
It's okay. All right.
Yeah, he's like slightly neutral putting in majors, but he's a very good around the greener.
Yeah.
He's been very solid around the green in majors. So
that's so interesting. Maybe he's just hitting it so close and just missing those, 50% putts.
Oh, he's missing 50-cent putts for sure.
Yeah,
We've seen what happens, and then he gives us his 50 cents worth of commentary on it.
Yeah.
But he seems to have that figured out. Anyway,
all right.
Continuing our process. Yeah, sorry.
Scotty is just a slam dunk for obvious reasons. Not that he's just the number one golfer, but his stats are just impeccable,
bulletproof.
Yeah.
Apart from
Jackson Koivin. Interesting. Like, these stats look ridiculous. I have no idea where these tournaments this is getting pulled from, because he hasn't played that many events.
He's played ISCO, he's played Canadian Open, he's played the Pro Call.
He did play the Canadian Open this year.
No, the Canadian Open last year he played.
Gotcha.
That would be likely part of your last year for this year. Maybe it might have skipped. Who knows? Either
Potentially, yeah.
Those are his more recent starts that I remember.
ISCO for sure. Yeah, that's going to boost his stats up quite a bit.
And he finished 6th at the Pro Core.
Oh, well, that too. Yeah. Pro Core is probably going to be way more than... All right. Yeah. Thanks for the data, the information. I did not know. Well, is he a prospect worth...
Absolutely. But if you don't mind ownership, absolutely.
What do you mean? You think he's going to be high owned?
Buddy, the hype around this kid it's ludicrous, right?
Wait, I've not been on social media. Has this been happening recently?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's because they see the same shit that we're looking at right now.
Yeah, I know. And this is just from what he's done in PGA tournaments. The guy is having one of the most prolific NCAA careers ever.
Okay.
Just winning everything.
Okay.
So awards through the ass.
And I have not, I honestly have not been paying attention. Yeah.
It's like, he's one of the best profiles to come out of prospects, to come out of college.
Wow. Okay. So good to know. Good to know.
There's your Jackson Koivin. But that's not even going to be the most hype you're going to get from a person that you watch this week.
Yeah.
There'll be more people being way more excited about him than I just was.
All right. Good to know. Good to know. I think everyone's going to appreciate that information that you just provided.
Okay.
Rory, same. It's Scotty times 75%. Everything is watered down, not 75%, but it's pretty close.
If I'm playing Rory, then you can X that by another half, 50%.
Oh, okay.
If I'm not playing him, you can times it by 1.25.
Oh, so we got to know. We got to know that by Wednesday.
I'm not playing him, so he's gonna.
Okay, all right. Jake Knapp, just came back from an injury.
I don't trust him.
I didn't even see how he performed.
This is it.
Was it the
Memorial?
Memorial?
Is his debut.
Oh, this is his debut. You're right. You're
His return. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, that's difficult.
Okay.
Stats look good though, minus the approach. Keith Mitchell. This looks okay. So, forever broadcasters were talking about Russell Henley and how good of a putter he is. I know you have criticized that in the past, but I've also heard other people criticize it before too. This is one of those things where, now Russell Henley's putting looks much better than it ever has.
It's changed. They were not saying this when he was putting well.
But this is one of those things where it's like, I've always wondered this, or I've always thought this. Strokes gain eyeballs. I think outweigh strokes gained data, where it's when you watch a golfer play golf, and sure, if he's not making enough putts and he's not performing well, that's one thing. But if he's like, we don't see some of these golfers at practice rounds. We don't see some of these golfers at the practice green or at other events that aren't televised. If Russell Henley's out there and just snaking putts from all over the place, but then comes to a PGA Tour event and he doesn't snake all of the putts, he just misses enough to make his strokes gain putting terrible. Who's to say those people that say he's one of the best putters on tour are wrong? Who's to say they were ever wrong? Because obviously he's turned it around and his putting looks good, strokes gain data wise, but strokes gain eyeballs, maybe nothing's changed.
Confidence. That's one of the hardest things to measure in golf is confidence, right? And it can come from changing a golf ball. It can come from your coach whispering some sweet nothing into your ear one day.
Yeah.
And that catalyzes a road you can never turn back down again. So it can be a slew of things that happen in sequence that unlock something that needed multiple things to happen in order for that to like change.
So I'm transitioning Russell Henley to Keith Mitchell because, or I brought that up to talk about Keith Mitchell because some people, Smiley Kaufman being one of them, I heard it on his podcast, say that Keith Mitchell has one of the best short games he's ever seen, ever.
Yeah.
If his stats right now are negative, is that just because of a few bad shots?
Not over the last year. And especially not when you're as good an iron player as Keith. Now, but also we're diving into, this is a nothing burger, yeah. I think Smiley is buddies with him. Like they...
But then if you listen to Keith talk about short game, he's very knowledgeable, and I know all these golfers are too, but it's like when you listen to a nerd talk about something he's passionate about, it's hard not to go, he knows what he's talking about. And that's what it felt like with Keith Mitchell.
I wonder if it's like from the extremes. Obviously, he's not, maybe he's not as consistent as we would like him, like Patrick Reed, Cam Smith, those kind of like Phil Mickelson's, whatever. But when it comes to hitting the shot that you need to hit, like a dirty nipper, Keith's got it. Like he can do that. But he's also going to chunk a stock standard 20-foot bump and run. And
or maybe he just makes poor choices at the wrong time. Like he's being aggressive when he shouldn't be. And can we navigate this while we're on this deep rabbit hole? I'm curious about Keith now. Oh, there's Cam Smith pulled up, by the way. All right. Keith Mitchell, $6,200. Iron play is through the roof right now, which I think is going to be cool to dissect. Okay. So plays hellish conditions very poorly, which are usually majors. But the greenie regulations from 200 plus is 80th in the field. From 150 to 200, he's 31st. He's 40th from wedge range. So he's hitting a decent amount of greens. Poor shot avoidance from 150 to 200 is 9th, which means you're not losing more than half a stroke on a single shot, so avoiding cataclysmically bad shots. Hits a lot of them bad with wedges. This is the wedge column over here. 77th with the wedges. So also struggles out. Maybe when he does miss fairways, he tends to struggle with hitting, he hits it. He's a lot more aggressive out of the rough than he is safe out of the rough. I think that is an obvious situation. You can see the shots he takes on. He hits a lot of good shots out the rough, but he struggles with consistency of avoiding the disasters out of the rough, which is weird for him being super solid kind of out of the fairway for the most part. So there we go. There you have your Keith. Maybe he's out of the rough, hitting himself into around the green spots that are super difficult to get up and down from, leaving himself with 10 footers that he misses more often than not. Your strokes gain stats around the green down there, are those rankings for on the PGA Tour, or those rankings in the field?
Field.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well,
So I have the exact numbers over here. I'm still trying to figure out how to like present this page a bit better. This is like, if you want to deep dive somebody, it's like, yeah, boom. This has got it all for you. You know, like everything you could wish for about this golfer. You got the metrics. He's going to be hitting 70% of his fairways this week. You know, like that's just how Keith drives. So green wise, 56%, which is slightly above average that we can expect. So, you know, you can see what's going on. What were you, and yeah.
I was just looking at the strokes gain around the green. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's got to do with I'm still got to change some, it's like bent grass and Bermuda and whatever. So this week, I think he's bent, right?
I know the greens are POA. I don't know what the
POA.
Fairways. Yeah.
So I don't know. Anyway, that's my take on Keith Mitchell. I think it's course management, it seems like, right?
Yeah, and I mean, if we just stick with the data points, I mean, he'd be a guy we want to fade because not only is his around the green stats bad, so too are his putting stats. So yeah. Gary Woodland has terrible around the green stats.
Yeah, and his biggest weapon is good drivers with bad around the green play are perfect fades this week, kind of thing.
Is that
unless they have other areas of their game that's promising?
Was Gary the perfect candidate for the Houston Open because the around the green there wasn't difficult?
You can miss fairways. It doesn't impact how many greens you can hit.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay.
Right there.
Yeah, that's something to note because that's bad. That around the green is
emphasizes
bad.
his putting. The less you're chipping, the more you're putting. This week, the more you chipping, the less you're putting.
Gotcha.
But you're also putting from 6 feet. Very important range. You know, like you're not going to just chip your ball to 4 to 3 feet every single time around you. You're going to have to make a snaky 6-footer a lot more than you want, which the around the green play is why I think it's not just the volume, Darbo. It's the emphasis on quality of shot around the greens with how marginal how thin the margins are.
Right.
Around these greens, you know, like the people that are good will get a chance to like flex on that hard a lot, but also they're going to be separating themselves way more than a normal typical PGA Tour venue every time they chip.
Yep.
So, you know, like it's the 1 week where you can really kind of just lean into an obscure stat.
Yeah, I'm there. Yeah, I like it.
Okay.
Moving on, Chris Gotterup. That's all positive stats all the way through. Is this a course for Chris Gotterup?
Yes and no. It's linksy.
Yeah.
It's tough.
You know what?
Also,
I wish I qualified for this damn tournament because I'd be good at this course based off of the profile. I'm good at driving and I'm good around the green and putting, but my approach isn't the greatest.
You know,
I missed the boat. Missed the boat.
Gotterup's biggest weakness though is around the green play. Weakness.
Yep.
But yeah, you did miss the boat, Darby. But you never know. You could have a late rocker mediate resurgence in your life.
Yeah, true.
There's still room.
True. I was just talking about how I missed signing up for the U.S. Open because I think I had to made the qualifier to get to the regional one, but I don't know if I would have from there. I saw some of the scores; they were pretty low.
Well, that's the thing. Is then you qualify for this tournament shooting a 63, which, buddy, you're potentially gonna shoot 20 shots worse playing. Yeah, you know.
True.
So,
all right, moving on. Pearson Coody. I wish I could play him, but that around the green stat looks awful.
Terrible.
Yeah,
and I've been massively on Pearson Coody at venues, but no.
Here's what I'm gonna say for anyone who's like, wait a minute, where are you getting these stats from? What you could do once that loads, you can go to my strokes gain under fantasy tools. You go to strokes gain stats, and you just put that filter on. Or first of all, select a golfer. I would go here to select the golfer for now. But if I were to put in Coody, and you choose the dates that happen between the last US Open and this US Open, because that's the whole 1 year mark. So let's just go, what is it, like June 12th last year? I don't remember. We can go to, it'll be all the stats right here. If you want to get a breakdown, do round, and then you'll see the summary down here. You'll see all of the rounds and his strokes gained around the green stats being in the negative. That's a lot of negative just scrolling through.
And it's hardly ever positive. Like he's trying to keep his head above water when he's missing the green versus like trying to win the swimming race.
And you can see all of the tournaments, all of the rounds. It's on every grass type that he's just bad. It's not even like you can't even see he's good at anything. Like a Memorial, that was terrible.
Yeah, no, not good. We were wasting time on Pearson Coody. There's no reason to talk more about him this week.
Oh, I was just giving the viewers and listeners
the lowdown on absolutely. It makes me nervous staring at his profile for too long.
Okay.
I don't want to be staring at bad chippers this week.
How about Christopher Wrighton? That's a break even around the green stat.
I think just off of a talent profile situation, he's been playing better golf lately, so who knows?
Yeah. Strong off the tee, but pretty neutral approach around the green, like standard.
Go to the last 7 weeks for him. That'll change your overall outlook on Wrighton considerably.
I'm gonna have to go find him.
Just sit off the tee again. He'll be there. Down, stop.
Right here. Yeah, his around the green recently has been
everything's
good. Everything's really good.
Yeah. So
okay. Thank you.
So yes, if you like somebody and you have a gut feeling on the last year stuff, double check, confirm your feelings on the last 7 weeks. If that overlaps good stats with your guys using this tool, then
I agree.
Double
100%.
thumbs up. If you like someone and the stats aren't like Wrighton, wasn't like guiding us the right way, go check the last 7 weeks. Maybe you have like a little lightning in a bottle. Like if we do that with Cam Smith, you never know what happens. But
100%.
Yeah.
Good call.
Okay.
Jimmy Stanger. He was just at the top of the leaderboard of the Canadian Open. Look at that approach game. Oof.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah. When you're on the 12th hole and they said you already made 133 feet of putts, you're on a heater on the greens and it's about to come crumbling.
Crashing down. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Alex Fitzpatrick. I don't mind Alex Fitzpatrick.
Number one Devil's Anus scorer. Hero Indian Open. One of the most difficult venues where you non-stop chipping and putting. Like he's scrappy, man.
Yeah.
Hits enough fairways, like he's an accuracy guy. So he's going to be in the fairway all the time at this golf course.
By the way, tomorrow I will have this week pointed at the US Open, but that'll be tomorrow once I get everything else updated, and then all the strokes gained stats will be updated as well. And then you'll have salaries to look at. So I don't know the price tag of Alex Fitzpatrick off the top of my head, but I imagine he's in the $6K range.
Alex Fitzpatrick is $6,600.
Yeah, that's a pretty good number to be around, especially if you're trying to build Scotty Scheffler lineups.
Yeah. There are going to be some key guys that you're going to have to potentially navigate landmines on this week.
Cam Young.
Scroll up a smidgen, Darbo. We've got the chat. Shout out Jim in the chat. There we go. Sorry, the chat on mine was in the way for some of these stats at the bottom of the
we'll go right to Alex Fitzpatrick. Okay. Cam Young. How do you feel?
So the thing is, what does he do best? Drive the ball. Is that going to separate him this week like it does at a US Open where he's hitting at 320 down the middle? Like, yes, the rest of his game is looking good. The biggest area of concern in his game is the short game.
Yeah. But he is positive.
It's positive, but it's fine. he's gaining 0.2 if we're rounding up generously.
Yeah.
Whereas like who else can we look like Tommy Fleetwood is going to be, if you're taking off the tee plus around the green play, Tommy's outdoing Cam Young.
Barely. I understand what you're getting at, and I don't hate it. I don't hate that analysis. I kind of buy into the Cam Young in New York narrative.
Yeah.
And I think it's like I wouldn't say sacred ground, but it's like when he steps foot on ground in New York, he becomes elevated just a little bit. Whereas like a lot of golfers, when they get to their home state or their hometown or whatever, they kind of cower or they get too comfortable. I feel like Cam he soaks that up.
Keegan Bradley, same thing.
Same thing with Keegan Bradley. If you were to take Colin Morikawa, he kind of shrinks when he plays. Yeah. Xander Schauffele in San Diego shrinks when he plays there. Yeah, right.
So this is the thing with Cam. We'll see how popular he is. He's obviously been popping pretty hard at Augusta. I think Augusta's not a terrible comp course for this venue either. Okay. If you think about how it's relatively easy to hit fairways at Augusta, but you can hit the wrong part of the fairway and be in trouble.
Sure.
Kind of thing. And when you are off it, it's a problem.
I agree.
So yeah, Cam, I got nothing bad to say about it outside of the fact that this course, I don't think emphasizes what he does the best.
I think you're going to have to make your choice if you're going to play Scotty or not. And then from there, your 10K golfers are going to most likely garner up the rest of the ownership, or, you're probably most likely going to choose there because pricing is so soft. Why wouldn't you? I mean, there are only like 5 golfers or 4 golfers in the 9K range. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
So like,
there's only 9 golfers north of 9K.
Yeah. So you have like what, 4 or 5 or whatever in the 10K range, and then you have the rest that are in the 9K.
Yeah.
So it is a choice you're going to have to make, and the reason I did say, well, what about Cam Young, is if you don't go Scotty, he's one of those 10K golfers.
Yeah.
And he doesn't sound like a bad. You could pair up 2 10K golfers together with him because he's the cheapest 10K golfer, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. He has a DK pricing.
Okay. Oh, he's a second.
So he's
second cheapest.
Fifth. Yeah, 5th in pricing.
Okay.
He's the first person to be priced this high that doesn't have a win in a major. He's relatively. It's quite funny, Darbo, to see the top of the price range all lacking fairway accuracy, apart from Scotty. Like it's going to be interesting to see how this works out.
Yep.
Now, obviously, these guys will grade out well, but just thought I would throw that out there.
Okay. Next guy, Jon Rahm. I also don't have many strokes gained stats on him for the year because, again, I only keep track of PGA Tour data, or just events that PGA is in combination with either PGA, whatever, all the majors basically. It's still he's playing that well on Live too. Like he's just a good golfer regardless. He's one of the best in the world. His stats look good. He's known to have creativity around the greens, and if you were to say, is Jon Rahm bad at around the green, even if he had negative around the green stats, you'd probably say no. It's just he had a one bad instance that
statistical outlier variance stuff.
Right.
Like there's just no way he's a bad. There was a period in time where he was struggling shortly after going to Live, I think. His just game got weird.
Yep.
Whereas right now he is about as bulletproof as Scotty when it comes to just all areas of his game.
Yep, I agree.
And if you would have forced me to pick between Jon Rahm and Cam Young, I'm going Jon Rahm almost more often than not. Yeah.
What percentage? What?
70-30.
70-30.
If you were to make me pick how many times I shoved them into my lineup.
Yeah, so I actually would do 70-30 as well if I'm being honest. As much as I do like Cam Young, I think this course is a better Jon Rahm golf course.
I agree, but now it's $1,000 difference in price. Jon Rahm's 11.5, Cam Young,
which is kind of negligible when it comes to pricing. Like, you know, it's again, there's a segment I want us to get to eventually, and it's going to be basically, well, we'll look at last year, or any time, I should say, Scotty Scheffler's over $14,000 in a major, and just show how to build successful lineups with Scotty. It's going to include $6,600 golfers. And that is, there are a couple good ones that you can grab from. Now, I only mention that because you could put Jon Rahm and Cam Young together and you get a Scotty Scheffler-esque, you know, how much salary is remaining, and you can drop down in that 66K range, or 6,600, I should say.
Yeah.
And grab those same golfers you could with Scotty, but now you got two elite golfers.
Two slightly watered down versions of Scotty Scheffler.
Correct.
Significantly watered down versions of Scotty Scheffler.
Yes.
Take away from the great man. But
kind of what I'm getting at is like, you might not have to choose between Cam Young and Jon Rahm, and that pricing is negligible because of how expensive Scotty is and how many good golfers are in the 6K range. That's kind of what I was getting at.
Love that, actually. You don't have to fade either. You can just play them both in the same lineup if you want.
Yes.
You know, they don't eliminate. They're not mutually exclusive. They are
correct.
Part of the cult triangle of romance in the upper 10K range.
Yes.
Cult lands.
The 10K cult. I love it.
Yes.
And cult is spelt with a K, by the way.
Yeah, not cult nost. or is it cult? C-O-L-T.
It's cult nost, yeah.
It's the cult nost cult.
Cult Knost. Yeah.
Cult Knost. Wow, we've off the rails.
Love
81
it.
minutes in.
Love it. Xander Schauffele. Dude, I don't know why I'm bothered by Xander, but I'm bothered by Xander. I can't stand how bad he's been. Like, quote unquote bad he's been recently. Why
the model exists for majors. Major data since 2021. This man has been, it's bulletproof across the board. These are all major data points except for approach play. That's 2026 proximity buckets. You know, I'm trying to piece up the course as best I can. Don't have that for majors. So if you're just looking at majors, man, he's got the same top 20 rate as Scotty Scheffler in majors.
Yeah.
I'm not concerned whatsoever. Tomorrow, I'm going to run the exact same model, not using major data. I'm going to just be using stuff that includes Canadian Open and you know, all of like I normally do each week, and see how the different rankings show up. I'd imagine Xander drops a little bit down.
Okay.
But we speak about majors being mental, and this week in particular, with the way the course is going to play, it's a grind. You have to have your shit together. Guys that have had success in majors, you need to have, you know, like Jon Rahm, Scotty, Xander, and Rory are in a world of their own. Colin Morikawa has had some weird stuff, you know, like if you did this a year ago, Colin's right up there with these guys. So just want to point out, don't freak out about Xander's like form coming into the week, which I think is somewhere in here. Major form is all you want to know about Xander, and it's phenomenal. You know, like look at the last 10 majors Xander Schauffele's played in. He's gaining over 3.2 strokes on the field in the last 10 majors. Darbo, chill.
Fair enough. Okay. I just don't. Yeah. I think I was mostly saying that because it's what's the word I'm looking for? Irrational. It's irrational, where it's like, I just don't like him for reasons that I can't really explain. I just don't feel like he's as good as he once was.
He's potentially not as good as he once was, but he's still as consistent as he now is. Still.
Okay. Put that on a t-shirt, someone. Put it on a t-shirt.
Clip that.
Yeah, clip it. Clip it.
You know that if you say clip that, and Jim, I know you're watching, if you say clip that on StreamYard, it makes the AI generated clips
Oh,
call this
really?
exact clip. So
Oh,
hopefully clip what we said before that.
that's awesome. Okay.
So
Okay.
we'll see if
I
that
love
happens
that.
now. I just read that somewhere.
I did not know that. That's cool. That's very
We'll
cool.
see.
Very nice.
Put it on a t-shirt, baby. So
Put it
we'll
on a
see what
t-shirt.
happens there. Okay, back to what we're doing.
I'm gonna skip past Norgard Moeller unless you have.
What are we doing? We're focusing on now. We're getting to guys that are like, still pretty good drivers of the golf ball.
So what we reviewed with lead-in data of the 2018 U.S. Open was we just only looked at like the top 20 golfers. So this is pretty down to Siwoo Kim is probably the last person we really need to look at to finish our analysis or our comparison. So we'll go down to Siwoo, but Norgard Moeller, I mean, do you have anything you need to add to how bad this looks? Okay.
No.
Ludwig, how do you feel about Ludwig this week?
It's interesting because his around the green play for Ludwig in majors.
Is it good?
It's not good.
Nope.
It's the same. He's sorry, I'm jumping between the two. We know it's just what we're doing. Yeah. So he has Ludwig.
Okay.
He has strokes gained in majors for Ludwig. He's fine. This is the thing. Like, are you going to win the tournament being fine around the greens in major? Now, this is all of his majors.
Mm-hmm.
He, I think, has got better in some of the majors more recently, but where he really thrives is just, the total ball striking dominance, which is absolutely what he can do. But again, you are going to be chipping 4 out of every 10 shots, after every approach shot, 4 of every 10 is going to be a chip.
That's a good way to look at it. I kind of agree with you. Yeah. Yep.
And the leverage required and the precision required on that chip shot is going to determine if you make a par or a bogey.
So bringing my qualifier up again. I'm comparing this to Ludwig because I saw a pin position and I was like, I'm okay to miss the green on the long side of this. That helped me out tremendously because I didn't ever create a hard shot for myself. Do we think Ludwig is the type that does that, or do we think his kind of erratic around the green stats have to do with him going after pins, kind of being stupid and taking on risk where he probably shouldn't?
Here's Ludwig's major profile. It's started to get better. There was a period in time entering the Open Championship where he'd only gained around the greens in one major. Like he just, so now we are starting to see a slight improvement. PGA Championship, he did a lot better there. And the Open Champion, he's starting to chip better. He's in the years that he was chipping poorly at those majors. This is his chipping profile. He was hit or miss.
Mm-hmm.
Like during 2024, 2025, he became a little bit more consistent with the chipping. And then in 2025, he's still, this was a weird year at Augusta where he made a couple from off the fringe, that kind of thing. So with the putter, he was chipping in. So that was helping him a lot. Still, but again, if we go to Patrick Reed, if we go to Russell Henley, if we go to Scotty Scheffler, if we go to Rory McIlroy, Cam Smith, Justin Rose, we're going to see this around the green column being a reason why they could win this week. Whereas this around the green play for Ludwig could be a reason why he loses. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
It's going to be critical around the green this week. And, this is why I just can't stop staring at this Cameron Smith situation. Like, that's my blueprint for me. If you've got a golfer you're obsessed with, that's got Cam Smith's kind of pedigree or profile, I think there's value to be found because they are not going to model out well from a ball striking perspective.
Yep. Yeah,
and
I like it.
You're going to get pricing value on these guys that are like short game specialists.
Okay. I like it. Mason Howell's the next person. I don't care to talk about him. Do you?
No.
And then Siwoo's our last guy. I like Siwoo.
I like Siwoo.
Yeah, I like Siwoo. Yeah, it seems like a pretty good fit for Siwoo.
He's super accurate, so minimal shit off the tee for him.
Yep. Oh yeah, that guy. I love his driver swing. It is so good.
It's molasses, baby.
Yeah.
You know, it's just molasses. With Siwoo, you want it calm, collected. You don't want him to be coming from the rough. Yeah. You don't want him to be, putting to, and he's very good around the greens. Very good around the greens.
Yes, he is very. Yeah, I agree, 100%.
Now I can see him completely losing all of that on the putting surfaces, which Siwoo Kim does way more often than we care to admit on majors. But still, tee to green wise, perfect setup for Siwoo Kim.
Okay, I like it. Honorable mention: Fleetwood also looks pretty freaking good. No
brainer. Finished second, shot that 63 on Sunday morning.
Yep. Okay. So we were just looking at off the tee stats. Do we want to look at approach? Because I'm going to go to around the green would be the next one I'm going to go to.
I want to see the approach, guys. Who's going to be approach and around the green combo like bulletproof?
Oh, Cole Hammer. Was this on your bingo card, Cole Hammer?
You go Kusad.
Yeah, we're gonna skip these two guys, ladies and gentlemen. This is like one event, maybe two. We don't have to worry about these guys. Ty Hatton is Henrik Stenson of 2018.
Mm-hmm.
He is. He's this guy right here, except for the putting.
It's the other way around.
Yeah, it is the other way around.
Now, the better you are at approach, the less you're going to be chipping. So you want more putting in that. Maybe
there you go.
That's the Stenson method is approach putt because you're hitting a bunch of greens still. What was the most greens hit here the last time they played? We had guys. Will Zalatoris, before he missed the cut, hit 78% of his greens the first 2 days.
Wow.
Hao Tong Lee then hit 71% of his greens, and then Sungjae missed the cut, hitting 69%. DJ. The next three guys in green regulations finished third, second, and first. DJ, Tommy Fleetwood, and Brooks, 69%, 69%, 68%.
Okay. Yeah.
So, and two of them lost around the greens.
I don't think I've always thought Tyrrell Hatton's a good putter. Obviously, the data for this last year, and again, he's a live golfer, so this is all major data.
Yeah.
For this last year, I think he's just a good putter. Like, I think the stats here are kind of, again, they're not complete because we don't have his live golf. I don't have it for his stats.
Yeah. Tyrrell, he's typically lost strokes putting in majors. But again, Tyrrell's like major pedigree has got so much better. He's played so much better in majors the last while, So he's a different guy, and I like him in hard conditions a lot.
Same, yeah. Okay, yeah. I'll be putting Ty Hatton in my lineups.
Yeah.
Ben Coles is not a golfer that I am going to even remotely feel comfortable playing.
It's a cool story what's happened with him.
What's that?
And he's playing fine. Well, he just qualified, barely playoff.
Okay.
He's made it into like barely every single tournament he's made. And like he's kind of like running hot right now.
I like him in Birdie Fest because he can get a ton of birdies. Like he can score. He also disappoints quite regularly.
He's really good in hellish conditions.
Is he really? Oh my God. Did we just find a diamond in the rough?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah, this is what I'm sorry.
Yeah, show your screen.
Got it. 12th at the PGA Championship for Ben Coles. Then at the BMW thingy, KFT, all the stuff in yellow is KFT. Finished. He Did he just win that? I think he just won a KFT event.
Oh.
Just finished like 46th, I think, at the RBC Canadian Open. And when conditions are like well over par,
he's hot.
He's hot to trot. I don't have any of his data in right now because I only pulled the top 115 data golfs rankings. I use their I need to change the fact that I use their query versus data. But the query's got all the stuff that I really need, you know. Like, I've got the 70 percentiles and whatever. But Ben Coles, I would not
okay
talk about.
Hey man, if I see his name come across my optimizer, I'm gonna get real excited and be like, okay, we're putting him in a lineup. I'm saving this one.
Just get excited. Don't get like really excited. Just get like kind of excited.
Yeah, you just looked at me so concerned there.
You were getting too excited. This is not a too excited guy. You just if he rolls through, he's
he's a 5K golfer, I am assuming.
$5,700.
Yeah, so that's the 6K range for me. As you know, I like to do those conversions. I always say don't fall in love with a 6K golfer, but never disrespect one. I'm not gonna fall in love with him, Byron.
I don't know where your mind's at right now, Davo. So I'm just reading the room.
I'm excited to play him at 4%. Okay, are you okay with that?
That excites me. Yes.
Okay.
That level of enthusiasm. Okay. I'm down.
How do you feel about Laurie Cantor?
No.
Okay. I don't care either. Hey, look, it's our man Scotty up there. Who would have thunked? Who would have thunked it?
Thunked it.
I'm not talking. Jackson Harrington. That's a big no for me, dog.
No, dog. JJ Spawn. Yes.
Sure.
Yes. It's kind of Oakmonty.
If it requires accuracy, this is right up JJ Spawn's alley. Literally.
Now, is he going to... Brooks won back-to-back US Opens at this venue.
This was his back-to-back venue. This was his second US Open win in a row.
Imagine JJ Spawn just says, hold my beer, baby.
Oh,
I'm
my
go
God,
back-to-back
dude.
as well.
Yeah, I would call JJ Spawn Brooksy's baby, honestly, because he's like half the size of Brooks.
Yeah. So I think JJ Spawn fits what I'm looking for this week.
Okay. I won't get too excited about playing JJ Spawn.
I would get way more excited about JJ Spawn than Ben Coles. Okay. Yeah. You got really clip that 2 minutes ago. Darbo getting way too excited about Ben Coles. I'm just trying to pump the brakes.
It's all relative, Byron. All relative. Yes. Okay. I'm gonna play Ben Coles at 4% very excitingly, and then I'm gonna begrudgingly play JJ Spawn at 12% or 14%. Okay?
Yes. I'm just glad you clarify. I didn't want you to run away emotionally on me.
Yeah. Well, too late. Cat's out of the bag.
Patrick. Yes.
Dude.
Yes.
How do you finish at? Tell me how you finished at the RBC. Huh?
Sorry, I didn't even hear what the rest of the question was. Where?
How do you finish at the Canadian Open?
It doesn't matter.
I want to know because I have a funny story to tell you.
He missed the cut, and he lost 6 strokes off the tee. He lost 6 strokes off the tee.
So Wednesday, I had a group outing for the new job that I have. And we went out to a bar, There was games and stuff like that. We had a lot of fun. I in these situations drink a little too much. Well, I knew I had a stream to do. We all went out a little bit afterwards and enjoyed whatever. So I come home to stream to my members only. Members only, I'm sorry if you find this despicable. I was a little drunk when I was doing that podcast. And someone comes in and goes, I'm playing Padraig Harrington at 100%. And I go on this ramble. Didn't have to, but I go on this ramble. Like, don't play Padraig Harrington 100%. That's a dumb idea. You're stupid if you do that. I think I said something like that. And just no filter. Like, just don't do it. Someone in the replay in the chat underneath goes, that Padraig Harrington conversation was hilarious.
I'm gonna have to go find it now.
Yeah, it's pretty good because I spent it felt like 5 minutes, but maybe it was just 2 minutes or a minute. I'm just like, don't do it. That's bad. That's a bad idea. Just don't do it. If you're gonna play them, if you got a good idea, because it's like if you're building 10 lineups and you really want them in your lineups, put them in 2. Just put them in 2. That's it. Don't put them in more than 2. That's a bad idea.
Well, this week, I don't know. He's $5,500.
You think he's gonna elevate his game just for the major championship?
He just finished 18th at the PGA Championship.
That he did. But it's old man Padraig Harrington.
Of course, he's $5,500. Play him in 5% of your lineups, like 1% more than Ben Coles. He's an Open Champion winner. His best skill set is around the green. His worst skill set is off the tee, hilariously enough. Don't play more than 5%. Don't play more than 5%. But definitely play him.
All right. I'll play him in 2% of my lineups at most.
Fair. I'm giving you, there's a bullish outcome for him. And it's there. It exists.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. I'm moving on.
He's finished inside the top 30 in 31% of his last couple majors since 2021.
How old is he?
Does age?
Sure does.
Is age a as inhibiting this week as it is at a typical US Open? Given the fact that you don't need to have insane juice off the tee.
Yes.
Henrik Stenson. Henrik Stenson was what?
Probably
30, 38. It's like our age.
Yeah.
Old at this point in time.
So old.
Who else is old at this point? Justin Rose.
Zach Johnson would be
Webb
the oldest
Simpson,
on that.
Zach Johnson
would have been the oldest
Louis
at that time.
Oosthuizen, Brian Gay, Charlie Hoffman.
Or Brian Gay. Okay, so you got
Karl
me.
Casey.
You got me. Padraig Harrington's going to finish 20th place and make you $0.
$5,500, Darbo. You never know what you do with the rest of that $4,400, $500. $44,500.
Yeah. No, you go ahead. You play them.
It leaves you, if you go Patty and Scotty, you've got $30,000 for your other 4 guys. Anyway.
Just looking at last year's US Open, do I find old man balls here anywhere? I do not.
Last year's US Open was Oakmont. It was
You just said this course is Oakmonty for JJ Spawn.
From a once you get to the green on approach situation. We spoke about the driving. You're not going to be hacking out of 6-inch rough more than half the time this week. You're going to be hacking it out of fescue wispy bullshit and moguls once in every 4 shots. Maybe if you're Padraig Harrington, 1 in every 3. You know what I'm saying? Like the mental grind, the physical grind, ball striking wise at this golf course is going to be different than Oakmont. But like the difficulty on and around the greens, the difficulty on approach, the firmness of the conditions, that kind of stuff is Oakmonty. Eliminate off the tee. It's a different situation.
Okay. I'll say this. I did this during my Pass Optimal and GPP winning lineup video. There's not a lot of $5,000 golfers that have success at any of these major championships. And I understand we can separate Padraig Harrington this year versus other years of different 5K golfers and all that stuff. It's one of the things that I've noticed is the bottom dwellers stay bottom dwellers. Very few rise up, and the ones that do are kind of staples on the PGA Tour, like Chris Kirk. that end up being in the 5K range. So I don't know. It's just difficult for me. I do find some of the 5K golfers very alluring. Like I said it in my first look video, there were like somewhere between 3 to 5 5K golfers that I was okay playing, and that was it. I just don't want to waste my time in the 5K range because we just don't see success from the 5K range in any of these majors.
What is typically existing? What kind of a golfer exists in the 5K range? It's like a typically shorter than average,
a qualifier first, yeah, and then it's going to be your alternate event type of guys that play the ISCO and all those stuff, and then it's going to be old exempt players that some of them qualify, but otherwise, But yeah, okay. Anyways, what was your point about what you see in the 5K range?
Is there are skill sets in the 5K range that Andrew Putnam at a golf course like this, where
he was one of those guys. He was like one of them that I said I'd be okay playing.
Like this is a situation where he actually models out 48, pretty solid. I'm waiting for some updates, but he's the first 5K guy. Then,
yep.
I'm assuming there's going to be more. Obviously, I need the data because they're 5K. They're not going to be inside the top 150.
Will you scroll up? I'll tell you the 5 names or the 3 to 5 names that I said that I liked, and I want to see how you feel about this too. Emiliano Grillo was one of them.
I imagine he's a pretty solid around the greening. He's just a good straight. Yep, I don't mind that at all.
Mm-hmm.
He has Nathan Kimsey.
Yeah. Hey, there's my boy Ben Coles too.
And Ben Coles. This is a golf course like Graham McDowell. I wouldn't be shocked to see him play well. I don't know what his current game looks like when it comes to chipping and putting, but I'd imagine he's like a grinder kind of a guy, short game guy.
I think I mentioned Jackson Suber. I'm pretty sure I did. I mean, he kind of had a round 4, dud this today, but he's still a good player that I don't mind. I have no idea what he's going to model in your model when it comes to majors or hellish conditions.
No majors in the last 20, since 2021. That's the thing, is these guys like Griot's got a top 10 in a major. Okay. That's good to see.
Not bad for a 6K golfer or a 5K golfer, I should say.
No. Matthew Jordan is a links specialist, which I think I don't mind this week at all.
Can you scroll up just a little bit? Okay. Putnam, okay, so it starts with Putnam, then goes to Echeverria.
Sorry.
So, and Billy Horschel was another one that I had mentioned. Mm-hmm. I thought Billy would be fine. So,
plays the Opens well.
Yep. So I think it was Andrew, Billy, or I should say Putnam, Horschel, Grillo. I even mentioned John Perry as a maybe, but I don't know. I don't really care that much.
Yeah.
I know we're getting off the rails with the 5K range, but it's, we're on Padraig Harrington of all people.
It's since 2021, he's got finishes in majors, that's the thing. He's not not playable.
I think there's someone at 5,400. Can you scroll up to the 5,400 range? And I think there's someone here that I said is doable. Nah, I don't recognize any of those names as players that I want to play. Scroll up just a little bit more. Up, not down. Nope, that's it. Okay, so it was just, I think it was 3. I think it was Putnam, Horschel, and Grillo. Those were the only 3 that I really cared to play. And then there might have been, an honorable mention of whomever I just said. I forgot. Short-term memory is bad.
Okay. No. Taylor Montgomery is interesting from a short game perspective, but that's about it. I also don't think he's playing good golf. Where do we want to go? Here's the board, Darbo.
Mm-hmm.
What else are we doing? What do we want to look at?
We are doing the approach stats. We got down to Harrington.
Jesus Christ. He derailed us so hard.
You could have just said, no, yeah, you're right. I don't want to play Harrington. Instead, you did, and then we had to go on this whole thing. It's your fault.
Went on a journey.
It's your fault. Your fault.
Welcome back.
All right, Kurt Kitayama.
I'm sorry.
What's that?
I am going to need a refreshment. I'm
all right.
Going to, but once we get done with the approach stuff, then I'm going to run downstairs and grab.
Okay. What did you say with Kitayama? Fade?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ish. Yeah. Like I need good approach around the green play. Like it might be a deal breaker for me this week.
Ooh.
Unless you have elite approach play like Kurt Kitayama can have. But again, Kurt Kitayama's approach play in majors is not very good.
I think I'm going to stick to the 2/3 rule that I mentioned a long time ago. I think 4 of my golfers are going to have good around the green and the other 2 are just not when it comes to building lineups. Sure. I know with betting, you're going to probably do something a little different. And I think if you stuck with around the green, you're probably in the right boat when it comes to that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and it's not the be all and end all. Like if you are a fantastic around the green player
But I actually think that's a great strategy this week is to find, say, 3, 4, maybe even 5 around the green golfers that are good around the green, top half of the field or top 30 in the field of those stats, and build around them.
Yeah.
And then just sprinkle in whoever you want, that may not be as good.
I can't wait till we filter on this around the green column. It's going to take us 2 hours to get to the highlight of the show.
That's all right. We just get people on their toes. They have to anticipate. It's great.
Yeah. I love it. It's also fascinating, by the way. Complete random tangent one more time before we continue this.
Yeah.
The correlation or the relationship between around the green play and approach play is don't freak out. Ideally, if me and Darbo could get strokes gained around the green per shot, that's what we run our data off of. But instead, we are just getting what you get each round, and it's a cumulative stat. Whereas off the tee, everyone is hitting 14 tee shots. Everyone's hitting roughly 18 approach shots.
That's correct.
So the total is the same for everyone. It's a level playing field.
Yep.
Not everybody's hitting 9 greens. Some are hitting 12. Some are hitting 15. Some are hitting all of them. And don't get a chance to add to their around the green play.
Yep.
Whereas guys like Cam Smith or whatever might be missing more greens than normal and having way more opportunities to add to their strokes gained around the green. So typically you see good around the green players aren't necessarily the greatest approach players. When you see a good combination of both, it means that he's really good around the greens or leaves himself really good shots to have around the greens. That is my soapbox. I just thought we'd mention that as we're going down the approach, if you look at how relevant it is this week.
Yeah, and if you look at green and reg percentage on average, it's like 60%. People or 57% or whatever it ends up being. That's the average green in regulation. So if you take 18 greens and you multiply by 0.6, you're going to end up with something like what? 13, something like that. It was 12, 60%, 66%, that'd be 12. So all right, so what are these golfers doing with the 6 greens that they don't hit? That's where the around the green stats happen. Well, if one golfer has one more chip around the green than another golfer, that could be the difference of, I would say, up to a stroke different. Well, not up to a stroke.
Probably let's say he knocks it to dead. He hits it to a foot from 40 feet away.
Yeah.
Saves himself 3/4 of a stroke. Or
let's say he chips in. That one shot he chips in.
Yeah. Exactly.
And that's going to be a stroke, but you would divide by 7 shots or whatever, and then that would just, either way, that's going to be the difference for a lot of these around the green players. Is kind of what Byron just said. Some of them are going to have 40% green in regulation, and they're going to have 12 chips as opposed to 6 chips or whatever it ends up. Well, it wouldn't be 12, but let's say 10 chips instead of 6. What do they do with those other 4? They could either be really, really bad. And if that adds to how bad someone is, you can then relate that to being they're just bad around the green. So, or maybe they just have 1 around the green shot. They put 90% green in regulation. Now their approach is skyrocketed, and maybe they hit 1 bad approach shot. What if it trickles into the water, and now they're at -2 strokes around the green? Could be something like that. So anyways, that's going down the deep end right there.
But when you're analyzing data, especially this is relevant this week because around the green play is going to be mentioned. and it's different to everything else.
Correct.
You know?
All right, Adam Scott.
No.
Ooh, I feel like this is a good Adam Scott golf course.
What is Adam Scott? Is inaccurate as fuck off the tee. Hits it a million miles. His irons are obviously very good.
Now, I almost feel like this is a course, so I'll put Adam Scott in a strategist profile. I feel like he's smart when it comes to golf, and that's a feel. That's not a I know he's smart at golf, but it's I feel he's smart at golf. I'd be hard pressed to think he's going to try to bomb driver all the time.
Okay, I take back my slander. I'm looking at his rankings and stuff. It's the short game. He's actually been a lot better around the green in majors than we give him credit for. So
you want to share your screen? Can we see? Can we see?
Sure. He's clicking buttons. He has Adam Scott's. He's 35th in the model for a $6,600 golfer. I mean, that's the thing is, it's the inaccuracy off the tee, and I was concerned about the around the green play, but it actually seems like he's pretty damn solid around the green.
His putting sucks.
Putting sucks in majors, which whatever at this golf course. So missed the cut here in 2018. It is what it is. So been playing great though.
$6,600, by the way. That's a pivotal price tag that I'm going to continue to harp on because it's important.
Scotty Scheffler.
Yep.
24th, 4th, and 12th in his last 4. He's one situation where he missed a cut, and the last was the PGA Championships. That's not ideal timing, like.
Correct.
But again, I'm not. If you played well at the PGA Championship, good. If you did not, I'm not too worried because it's a different test, asking different questions for the most part. Like Justin Rose driving it so badly around there doesn't concern me nearly as much this week as it does for them.
I did have a guy in my chat ask us how we feel about Justin Rose, and I was like, we'll get to him later.
We'll get to him.
Okay, we'll get to him later.
Absolutely. I'm likely going to be betting Justin Rose this week, and I will be playing him in majors.
That's probably all you needed to say for this guy. I wrote in my chat, and I'm like, he's not a guy that I want to play, but he'll be in my lineups, just not in my important lineups.
No, he's going to be a core piece for me.
There we go.
I'm very bullish on Justin Rose's overall major outlook, and it's paid off for me the last 2 majors. So
there we go. So MD in the chat, we've got mixed reviews here. Byron likes Justin Rose. I said I'm lukewarm on him.
What is your problem? Is he's not playing great?
I just don't trust him. I guess I don't. I don't know, man. I don't. There's also me. I just don't like him, but that doesn't really apply to my bankroll. I like too many other players.
We'll get to Justin Rose, and I'm going to convince you on him more.
All right.
He's the same as Xander. I think you've got like.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. And this video or us getting together is great because you can convince me of like playing Ben Coles instead of Padraig Harrington, which I know that wasn't your intention, but that is what happened. Which it wasn't on my bingo card today.
There we go. There you have it. Ben Coles. Stoke the Coles.
Stoke the Coles. Oh, I like that. That's a good phrase. Clip that. Put on a t-shirt. All right. Okay. So Adam Scott. Yeah.
Retake. I don't mind him.
Yeah. Okay. There's Yako again. We already talked about him. Brooks Koepka, hand injury. What the hell? What happened? I didn't see. I have no idea what's going on. Do we think that was just a fake withdraw and he?
No, his game obviously cratered out of nowhere. It's not good.
Boy.
It's fascinating because he's priced really expensively for people to like.
Yeah.
Brooksy's $9,400. And in my opinion, that is it's not deserving of that price.
I think he just, I mean, if he, He was at the top of the leaderboard after round 2.
Well, yeah. I was very close to tweeting off, can I cash my Brooks top 20 yet?
Ooh.
And I didn't.
But you thought it. You put it out there.
Well, I thought about it, dude, because I'm proudful of my Sports Illustrated column for the props. You know, I'm not going to worry about my outrights and stuff there. I'm going to worry about my best prop that I give out because that's what I do.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm positive for the year, and I'm still positive even after Brooks withdrew. You know, like I've gathered enough units winning my bets there to be positive, and Brooksy was going to add another 1.5 units to this situation where I could have lost 3 weeks in a row and still be good to go profitability wise in the Sports Illustrated column. And then he freaking WDs out of nowhere, man. So tough scenes.
But this wasn't something that we saw on the golf course. I mean, I wasn't able to watch golf, so I have no idea.
Pre-round, they mentioned his trainer was walking with him, dealing with the arm.
Oh, okay.
Fuck, I don't know, man. It's a fascinating. There's people with futures on him that I'm obviously not a fan of being on those right now. I'm not betting him at the current price he's at. I'm not playing him at $9,400 either. But now if this injury has him coming in at like 5 to 10% ownership, why not? You know, then it's like you're going to be playing in an ideal world, Brooks could go off here.
Yeah, I guess I would have to kind of want to wait to hear what he says about his hand, because I imagine he's going to be asked, he's going to be interviewed, because it is Shinnecock. It's last time it was played there, he was the winner, and of course, and he's injured, so they're going to want to know. You know,
and
they're
he was leading the tournament coming into the week, basically,
right?
And played through an injury apparently. So,
where did the injury happen? How did it happen? You know.
Why?
Yeah. Okay.
So,
well, there's Rosie. Look at that. We organically got to Justin Rose. All stats positive.
Yeah. I mean, he's a great approach player and a great around the greens player. This is the last year for Justin Rose in all tournaments. If you take a look at what Justin Rose does in majors, it's a totally different situation. He's one of the better putters in majors. I've got this mixed in with bent grass greens and major putting at the same time. For me, Justin Rose checks all the boxes, all 6 of them, Darbo, this week.
Wow.
Putting, he's solid. Obviously, around the green play, he's one of the best in the field in majors. There's Justin Rose, another around the green player. If you take a look at what he's been up to in hellish conditions, he's the best in hellish conditions. 1.6 strokes gain in hellish conditions. That includes all the stuff that he gets up to when he's playing badly. You know, like there's so much random bad variance in Justin Rose's stats, MD.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's why he doesn't model out great for people. But if you take a look at his major performances, it's fantastic. You know, the Masters, he just finished 3rd, finished 10th at the PGA Championship and drove it like absolute shit around there, which really hurt him.
Yeah, and he came back in whatever I can't think of the term.
This 10th place at the PGA Championship, if he played the exact same golf at this golf course, it's a top 4, top 5, top 3 finish again. Gotcha. Because he was not going to get as penalized for how he drove it there. He drove it into some really bad spots. So that's another box he checks. And then if you just take a look at what he gets up to in majors, dude, Justin Rose inside the top 10, 38% of the time. Only Colin Morikawa, John Rahm, Xander, Rory, and Scotty are inside the top 10 in majors. And this is since 2021. This is not Justin Rose's like peak US Open when he was winning things. Like this is the last 5 years of data. There are people that like it's this elite group of guys that are like in a tier above him. Everyone else he's hanging out with over here.
Yeah. Okay.
And look at the price point. You know, like the difference in pricing for me is it's fair. Checks. These are the guys: Scotty, Rory, Xander, Justin Rose, and Patrick Reed. Those are the 5 guys that check all 6 of the boxes this week for me.
Okay.
So there you have it. And it's usually I'm overriding the model with Justin Rose propaganda.
Yes.
Because of the major stuff. it's just working. It's like it's actually aligning. It's making it very easy to write about him because you can list data points and things and talk about him like this instead of having to explain why he's good in majors.
I'm trying to see if he's actually Henrik Stenson from 2018.
He is the epitome of Henrik Stenson.
Pretty darn close, yeah. Instead of Ty Hatton being, I almost feel like, yeah, Justin Rose would be the better fit to be the Henrik of then.
And it's the putting that's the only issue. But if you go to, I'm going to putting here in majors because I mixed in some. I mixed in some stuff with Justin Rose with the bench side of things.
Mm-hmm.
He's insane in majors when it comes to putting. He's like one of the best putters in majors ever.
Okay.
He just levels it up. He just gets it in the hole, and he's so good from that like 5 to 15 foot range, the make the par putt range, which is going to be so important this week.
Yeah. And he's a strategist, and that's what I'd want at this golf course.
Yeah, you want to be driving a McLaren around here this week, not a F-150.
Good one. I like that.
Clip that.
Yeah. In what you were just sharing, Collin Morikawa was in that grouping of golfers that you're like, well, look at Justin Rose at 8,400. Collin Morikawa was at 8,500, and he was just above Rose. And I forget what stat that you sorted by.
Top 20 rates, yeah, whatever.
So, how do you feel about Collin Morikawa?
The problem with Collin Morikawa is I think Justin Rose at the tender age of 45 has a healthier back than Collin Morikawa does right now.
I don't think his back is an issue.
It is an issue in a mental way. That the fact that Collin hasn't, like that's what he's saying. We all know that. Shout out the big guy, Collin Morikawa. We know he's never been like the most mentally rigorous guy out there, and I think he's a fragile human that needs a world of fragility in perfect cohesion.
All right. I have the perfect beer bet.
Got like a lack of trust in his game because of the back injury. It's causing him issues.
I have the perfect beer bet between you and I. Collin Morikawa versus Justin Rose, heads up.
Cool.
I'll take Morikawa, you take Rose.
Easy peasy.
And the reason that I feel confident about Morikawa is he just withdrew. And a lot of people quickly went to, oh, it's his back, it's his back. I even heard Keith Stewart say it's the mental thing. He withdrew from the memorial because his baby was being born.
Mm-hmm.
You're an informant. You should know this stuff. You shouldn't think it's just his back. You should know that he's gone for a pregnancy. Because now that what Keith shared means he doesn't know jack shit. He's making it up. That's just his thought process of Collin Morikawa.
Fair.
I'm not getting you involved in whatever, because I know you've got a tie with everything, but it's like I've been watching and I've been listening, and some of the stuff that I've heard him say. Huh?
I've been watching.
Yeah, well, it's just like I've been paying attention. And it's like some of the stuff I think you're just saying to say for a show.
You on camera 4 hours a week. You're gonna say some stuff wrong. Trust me. It happens.
I get that,
but misinformation 1,000% there with the Collin Morikawa.
If I'm speaking to you in definitives or absolutes, you better fucking know what you're talking about. Because if you don't, it's like, what's the reason to watch you? What's the reason to listen to you? If you want to say jokingly, like, I don't know, Byron, Collin Morikawa is a bit of a bitch, and I bet you anything he's going to come into this tournament like a little weak puss ass, whatever. Like, that's funny, like yes. You're creating content. But if you're like, oh no, it's his back, he's talking about how it's causing mental issues. That's the reason he's not here.
I agree. shame on Keith. He should just hang it up now. Never produce any more content.
Yes.
Can't believe him. Can't believe what.
Put it on a t-shirt.
No. I get what you're saying. I get it.
But here's the reason I mention this is everybody's going to have that sentiment. Everybody is going to have that sentiment because it came through the Mayo Media Network, and that's why I mentioned the whole thing. If you're playing DFS, you're going to think that just based off of listening to that. That also trickles downstream, by the way, because every other content creator copies everything that comes from Pat Mayo. It's like anything they hear, it just trickles down all the way down. I don't think Colin Morikawa's back is an issue. I don't at all.
Physically, no.
I don't even think mentally. I think that's just being overhyped.
He said it in his presser this week.
This week.
Yes.
He had a presser for the US Open?
No, for the RBC Canadian. Yeah, I will show off some cool parts of the Discord for us.
Was he at the Canadian Open?
Yes. That's how mediumly he played. Player profiles, Colin Morikawa. Look here, I even updated it with the baby bottle. Okay. Here is what I put in his channel on the June 10th. Instead of messaging my sister, I'm posting messages into the Discord. I completely forgot to shout out my sister happy birthday on June 10th. Yaz's thing. You can go and you can find the full transcript over here if you click on this link. And this is what he said. With the newborn just in the past few weeks, what's been like practice-wise? What have you been up to get the course leading up to this week? Colin, done zero. Left the PGA Championship uncomfortable in the way I've been playing, been grinding this back injury since the Players. It hasn't felt that comfortable, so it was a nice to take a full reset and just focus on other things going on in life. Now that I've been able to relax a bit more, there's still a trust factor that I'm looking for in my swing this week.
Hold on.
Colin Murray. You want to read more? I think going into tomorrow and into next week, essentially. But it's a lot better of a swing than I've been putting on, and that's for me a positive thing. I think when my body is fully able to kind of have that last little puzzle piece of fully relaxing, I think the game's going to be exactly how I want. I still feel like I'm hitting great shots when I need to, but just the consistency hasn't been there.
And he shot a 70 in round 1 and then finished it up with 3 rounds in the 60s, and he was only 4 shots out of being inside the top 10. Which isn't as good as what you want, but still, that's a great graphic. Great graphic.
It has to be on the screen. I've lost the box to stop sharing. I've lost the stream.
Uh-oh.
Sorry. Okay, there we are. We're good. Okay. So, yes, thoughts on the Colin Morikawa situation after. There's definitely stuff going on upstairs. He's not entering the year like he did the last 2 years ago.
You've corrected me. I will say I was wrong. I'm going to also still say I don't think it's an issue. Because I think you say that after having you went from PGA Championship to not playing anything until the Canadian Open.
Yeah.
And he left the PGA with his phantom back pains and whatever because he's afraid it's going to flare up. Then he came to the RBC Canadian Open. I bet you anything he finished okay. It wasn't that he played
4th. Yeah. Like the thing is, I don't think it's affecting his physical ability to play good golf. It might be affecting his confidence he has in himself. It may be affecting him under pressure. I don't know. These are long golf courses that I guess PGA Championship he struggled. It was a perfect venue for him, but I think he putted badly there. Again, I think we got to understand what's going on in this man's life. I think he's a perfect profile. I mean, he's 5th in the model, obviously, long-term using major data that even includes some really poor recent major form. The last 6 majors, he's actually gaining 1.5 strokes versus like his last 18, he's gaining over 2 strokes on the field, in the last, couple majors. So yeah, you can see where he's dipped off, but he still grades out nicely, long-term in majors. So,
hey, so what is the difference between him and a 5? What's the difference between a 5% Colin Morikawa and a 5% Brooks Koepka? Because you were really excited like, hey, if he comes in and he plays the U.S. Open, a 5 to 10% Brooks Koepka is someone you're going to target. But what about a 5 to 10% Colin Morikawa?
I would probably click Colin every other time than Brooks.
So 50%, 50-50?
75-25. Like I think Colin is a perfect course fit for this.
Okay. That's good to know. Good to know. I just was thinking you were like, no, I'm off of Colin because of the back stuff.
The floor is
low.
Not what it used to be for Colin.
Yeah.
You know, like he used to be a very high percentage top 20 guy, you know, like non-stop Colin Morikawa top 20s. And I don't think he had many of them in 2025. And it's been, you know, a bit of a tough run recently. So this number could be easily in the 70s if he, you know, didn't have a bad year. So he's trying to kind of bounce back from that. So I'm very bullish on him. You know, you're not seeing much Brooks over here for me. You know, it's more of a leverage. I'm not going to go on to a show and say I'm, you know, especially now with the injury. So, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Someone asked me how we feel about JT and Bobby Mack as well as Fleetwood. We already said Fleetwood's kind of just a slam dunk. Like that's just easy.
Yeah.
But is Justin Thomas on this list for approach? No, he's not. And Bobby Mack, I don't care for Bobby Mack.
There's a world where I can see Bobby Mack, like hellish conditions, Bobby Mack, if you're trying to just make a 4.
Well, if you're trying to find also an anthill in the fescue, he's going to be able to do that pretty easy.
With his approach play.
Yeah.
He's driving it so well. It's going to give him a springboard for the rest of his play. He's going to be coming out of the fairway more often than not. You know, like, I don't know what his approach play has been horrific. He's also really, you know, kind of handy around the greens. So I don't know. He's an interesting name. I wouldn't write him off completely this week.
Okay. Let me go back up and find. Okay, we started with Tyrrell Hatton, and now we're down to Morikawa. Koivu, we already talked about.
Yep.
We already talked about with off the tee. We already talked about Siwoo Kim.
Mm-hmm.
We like Siwoo Kim. There's going to be a lot of hype on Jackson Koivu. We mentioned those things. We have not talked about Matt Fitzpatrick yet. That around the green game looks tremendous.
There's a lot to like about, and he just finished second at the RBC Connect. It's like a perfect run out for Fitz.
Yeah. Is this like Brookline?
I think Brookline was more like the classic country club where you've got the thick rough on the side of the fairways.
Yeah.
Whereas this is more like natural linksy fescue bullshit. That's the only difference. Okay. You know, it's going to play as hard. It's in the same area.
Yeah.
Of the country, roughly.
Yeah, I like Fitzpatrick.
It's 28-1. That's the problem.
Oh, one thing I was kind of stalling because I lost my train of thought while I was talking, or I mentioned the chat that came in. Morikawa at 8,500, I think, is the perfect second pick for Scotty Scheffler lineups. But you could also put Justin Rose in there because that 8K range, I think you're going to want an 8K golfer to go with Scotty, and then you drop right into the 7K and a couple 6s. And I'll talk about that a little bit later here. But if not, Collin Morikawa, I know I'm kind of skipping past Fitzpatrick. We'll continue talking about Fitzpatrick, but Victor Hovland is also a pretty decent choice to put in your Scotty Scheffler lineups. But we'll get to Hovland here shortly. I just wanted to mention that with Collin Morikawa because I felt like if I didn't, I just wanted to do it now versus later. How do you feel about that? Thoughts?
I'm not going to be playing Scotty this week.
Ah, okay.
But I'm down. I love Collin Morikawa as like my third click.
Yeah.
Yeah. John Rahm, Matt Fitzpatrick, Collin Morikawa kind of thing.
Yeah.
John Rahm, Tommy Fleetwood, Collin Morikawa. He's in the 8K. He's 10-9-8. You know, like that's a perfect third.
And if you don't do the Scotty Scheffler click, you go 10-9-8. Yeah.
Yeah. So
it works well.
Like give me John Rahm, give me even 998, whatever the hell.
You could technically do 10,998, and because I don't remember my price conversion if I have Colin Morikawa as a 7K golfer or not.
No, at $8,500,
he's just barely. Oh, he's actually considered a 9K golfer.
Yeah.
Price conversion wise, I'll zoom in.
I'm trying to zoom in on my own stuff, and now everything's all fucked up.
Rosie, though, I have as an 8K golfer, which she obviously is one, but yeah. Here's the prices.
You know what I'm saying? Like, for me, I'm not playing Scotty. I'm not playing Bryson this week. Rory is fascinating.
By the way, anyone that's watching this right now, I do a price conversion. I talk about this in my first look video that's out there. It has to do with, I hate the 5K range. I hate.
Okay, I'm going to go get a drink.
Oh yeah. You do this while I rant. That's good. I hate the 5K range. The 5K range to me is just, it's used kind of for casuals, but it doesn't make lineup building really that much better. I think it's better when you have a 6K range. Okay. So because there is a 5K range, I convert the 5Ks into 6s. And then from there, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to price out everybody accordingly based off of what you normally see in a DraftKings event or a DraftKings contest. So in DraftKings contests, your average salary amongst everybody from the top all the way down to the bottom is 7,000. So if I'm bringing these 5Ks up to the 6K range, I want to get an average of around 7,000, and that's where these golfers then fit inside the tiers. And the other thing that goes along with this is normally you see about 4 to 5 10K golfers in every single DraftKings event. Normally you see somewhere between 6, 7, 8, 9K golfers. Then you see 10. 10 is the standard number of 8K golfers you normally see in any DraftKings event. And then it'll drop down to like 75 or 35 to 40 7K golfers, and I currently have 39 in my 7K range. And then it's like 48 and 55 is what your next tiers of 6K golfers will be. I have a high 6K is what I call it, so like tier 5, and then I have a low 6K tier. So when I price them out, when I talk about building lineups, when it comes to salary structures, just like what Byron said, 10, 9, 8. Start your lineups like that. Grab a couple 7s if you want. Grab a 6. And sometimes for what it's going to look like now is instead of it actually being a 6K golfer, it's going to be a 9 or it's going to be a 5K golfer. But like Max McGreevy at 5,800, I'm converting him to a $6,600 golfer. Billy Horschel, same thing. I would consider him a 6K golfer. So he could be a 6K golfer to put into your 10, 9, 8, 7, 7, 6. And just to throw that up here, I have really anyone $6,200 and below as the 6K range. So, yeah, that's kind of the rundown. Did you have your headphones in that entire time?
I'm
Oh, you got a wired. It's wired.
So,
never mind.
But,
okay. So yeah, I convert these because it just helps analyze past salary structures where DraftKings were normal prices and not a 5K range, and try to convert them to what it would be like if we didn't have a 5K range. That way we can look at all salaries that have ever been successful or salary structures that have ever been successful and go, hey, this is a good fit. Anyways, I don't want to get into the salary structure just yet. I just want to complete the approach stuff and then move to around the green.
Yeah.
So we left off on Fitzpatrick, which I think is there anything else to say about Fitzpatrick?
No.
Okay. Hovland. That's sketchy because everybody says that he's bad around the green. I don't agree with everyone's take on saying he's bad around the green. I think he struggles with certain shots, but he's really good with other shots around the green.
Continue. As in,
so
how is that going to translate to this week? Are the shots that he's going to see the most this week?
It just sucks because it's like, when Hovland is on, he probably hits the most greens in regulation out of anybody.
Yeah.
Anybody.
Yeah.
So if we're looking, do we think Hovland is... Well, okay, there's two ways to think about this. We're looking at his lead-in data. Do we like what we see from Victor Hovland? Obviously, he just finished third or whatever it was at the RBC Canadian Open. That says yes. But if you look past that, I bet you it says no. Like, you wouldn't want to play Victor Hovland. And a lot of that has to do with injury, right?
Yeah.
He was injured for a while, and I don't remember what it was. Was it his hip?
I don't. The two things I hate the most about getting into the content game is people expect me to be an expert on weather and injuries. I don't fucking know.
Yeah,
okay, I know
either.
about as much about weather as you do, because just the fact that weather impacts sport sucks. You know, like, you can do your best to infer what's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have all the information. The weather, it's a forecast. It's not a lock. Okay. The people talk about weather people all the time. Victor Hovland is an anomaly. I've been on multiple major shows in the last two majors saying that you just play Victor Hovland at majors because he finishes inside the top 5, 1 every 4 majors. Is he randomly doing his thing right now? He technically loses strokes chipping in majors.
Sure.
And I want to say that he gets sheltered by the patchy majors like US Opens and PGA Championships, where he's much better out of, like, from the eye test, chipping out of thick, cabbagey rough, where the technique is the same. Everybody is kind of just hacking it out onto the green and letting it roll towards the hole. You are going to be dealing with crispy, thin, very, very delicate lies on very little grass with very hard surface underneath it that could have the ball scooting anywhere if you make bad contact with it.
Dude,
that is my opinion on him, right?
Victor Hovland is such a boom or bust player in US Opens. He either misses the cut or he finishes top 20. There's no in between.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Shoot. I mean, that kind of makes me like Victor Hovland a little bit more, because
Victor Hovland's got the 6th best top 30 rate in majors.
Yeah, he's missing the cut, or he's top 20.
Like,
or top 30, I guess.
Basically top 20 every other time. He's top 30 2 of every 3 in majors. Like, he's super, super. And then the upside is there too. 1 in every 4 now, since playing poorly at the previous 2, are top 10s. So he's, like, got really good upside. When you put him like Phil Thomas top 30, look at all the prices around him. It's Scotty, Xander, Rory, Colin, John Rahm, Victor.
Here's what the narrative you're going to hear this whole week. There's going to be these tight lies. I know there's going to be wispy, stuff that you're going to want to hit around, but some of those greens, when you did the aerial thing, Google Earth, so there's stuff to the right, but if you look to the left of that green, it's all mown down north of it, I guess, north of that bunker. That's all mown down stuff. If you zoom out and you look left to the green to the left, all the way across your screen, that green right there is all shaved areas.
Yeah.
So here's the narrative that you're going to listen to. You're going to hear people go, "Oh, Victor's terrible at tight lies." It couldn't be further from the truth. That's where he's the best. I'm sorry that people think he's bad at that stuff. Watch him chip. He uses the bounce of his club now. He hits little nippers. They're good. He doesn't chunk. He doesn't hit the leading edge. I think when it comes to scrambling or just around the green, golfers are going to get issues with having pin positions that are like tucked away and they miss on the wrong side. That's where I think most of the bad around the green stats come from. What are you looking for?
Chipping from
fairways,
fairway versus chipping from. It doesn't look like the PGA does that for us anymore. They're very catering to us hard.
It's around many strokes gain eyeballs to trump strokes gain data.
My eyeballs have always told me the other way around, that he's like better at Bay Hill at, but you know what? Who cares? Doesn't matter what I think. You make your decision, Darbo. I make my decision.
Yeah.
I also think, sure, that it might be one part of, and Spencer will tell you, Victor can just putt those ones.
True.
Granted, this is 29 feet. This area where his ball is going to be 27 feet. So you're putting up 2 feet of incline, like you can see the runoff area. 28 feet over here, 29 feet, 23 feet.
Oh, I see what you're looking at. I was like,
this is the height above sea level. This is 28 feet above sea level, 29 feet. This is 23 feet,
Gotcha.
So the screen, middle of the green is 24 feet over here. Next to it is 23. So not super elevated, that one, but there's some elevation around you. If you miss it by a lot, you're in the shit, obviously.
Yeah.
But again,
and it will kick off of that and bound into that shit.
And cart paths, what is this? This looks like some sort of sandy road. Can you even walk? Doesn't look like you can cart path this place. So it's just, can you cart path here? I don't even know. Either way, we are getting into the part of the stuff we don't even need to really get. I guess this is what this show's for, is to get completely onto Google Earth.
I honestly think these are the most important pieces, because who are you going to pair up all your studs with? You need to find this 8K range that, you need to get reasons. Like when you listen to podcasts, I don't know how often you listen to them nowadays, but when you do listen to podcasts and someone's talking, let's say one podcast only talks about 5 golfers. Well, you come into that podcast listening going, well, I hope they bring up Justin Thomas, and then they don't. And it's like, well, I didn't get any information on what my gut's telling me. Like, I'm looking for affirmation that I should play him, or I'm looking at why I shouldn't play him. Like going through each of these golfers, I think is absolutely fine. And a Victor Hovland deep dive, I think is honestly better than a Justin Rose deep dive, because I think more people are going to like Justin Rose to play Justin Rose than they would be Victor Hovland. And again, I think it's because, and I'm mentioning all this because I know what the narrative is going to be this week. It's going to be like Victor Hovland doesn't know how to hit off of tight lies. And I'm here to say, I don't agree.
Yeah. Cool.
And if we get the best version of Victor Hovland, he's not missing mini greens.
Not this week. No. Well, I mean, even the best guys. I mean, we saw the best guys hitting 70% of their greens.
Yeah, right.
It's hard to hit a lot of greens, yeah. So he could separate himself in that capacity, or it could, make him. It could make him have to chip a lot more than he normally does. I don't know. Whatever.
That's my piece. That's my piece.
And Darbo, that's going to be the part of the show when that person has already spoken about how much they love Victor Hovland's ball striking coming into this week. Like, I think that's going to be secondary to most people's takes, because I think he's coming in here with
Gotcha.
I saw people bet online grabbing 77 to 1s and 50 to 1s on him outright.
Do you think Victor Hovland's going to be more popular than Colin Morikawa?
That's a great question.
You think they're going to be about the same?
I think that's a very good question. I can tell you who I'd play more over than I'd play Colin nonstop. So maybe,
Is this?
It's yeah.
Well, and then there's Russell Henley there too, like, and Patrick Reed. Look at all the golfers there. You got Russell Henley, Patrick Reed, Rose, and Morikawa. These are golfers that I've already heard Byron Lindeque tell me that he likes.
Yeah. Look at these two guys over here.
Yeah.
Approach and around the green for both Patrick Reed and Russell Henley are so good.
Is this literally the one time to play an $8,500 golfer, an $8,400 golfer, a $7,900 golfer, a $7,800 golfer, an $8,000 golfer, and then whatever you got left? Like, look at the golfers that are there.
Dude,
put a lineup
start in the 8K range, easy.
Will you here highlight 8,500 for me, then 84, and then yep, there you go, and Wyndham Clark too, because he's like the hottest golf. Oh, you want JJ Spawn? Doesn't matter. Put in JJ Spawn and then see how much salary we got left.
We've got 9,700. You can go all the way up to Tommy Fleetwood.
Oh, that's a freaking good lineup. Holy crap.
Like,
so
dude.
For those that are just listening,
yeah,
we have a lineup of Fleetwood at 97, Collin Morikawa at 85, Rose at 84, Henley at 8,000, Patrick Reed at 79, and JJ Spawn at 7,500.
That's insane.
Where do you go wrong with that lineup?
There's more. I can give you some serious narratives, but I overall, this happens to be a lineup that probably cashes a lot. How do we look from a overall finishing rates? Every single one of these guys has finished inside the top 5 of a major in the last.
And what's their around the green stats?
They all, except for JJ Spawn, in this situation, is in majors. He doesn't chip the greatest. Okay. I saw his around the green stuff for you was positive, nice,
yeah,
overall, right? So just in majors, he struggles.
Oh, he was negative, actually. He's negative 0.068. So he's break even.
Yeah. But again, look at this. He's the second best approach player of this bunch.
All right.
And that includes Collin Morikawa, right? So
can you unfiltered by that and take JJ Spawn and Tommy Fleetwood out and then put in Wyndham Clark? I have a feeling that Wyndham Clark is he's balling out right now. He is literally in fuego.
What are we doing? Wyndham Clark?
Yeah, just do Wyndham Clark, take JJ Spawn out.
And we took Tommy out, or did you want Tommy?
Yeah, well, I think I guess, what do we have left? 94. That's Brooks, but I wouldn't want to put Brooks in that lineup, and I don't want to put Ludwig. I'd put Fitz. So you leave 500 on the table? Now filter out and let's see what their around the green stats look like. I can't imagine Wyndham Clark's is going to be any good.
In majors, Wyndham Clark's is going to be very badly because, well, he's better actually.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
And we can just have hellish conditions on the side here as well. They're all very, all gaining over a stroke in hellish conditions.
Will you also go down and highlight Victor Hovland? Because we can go from Wyndham Clark up to Victor Hovland in a lineup.
Damn it. There we go. Sort by color, text color. There we go. So
he's negative around the green. Okay.
Well, yeah, this is majors again.
Yep.
And again, in majors, he's kind of a dud. He's very inconsistent though.
Yeah.
Because if you go to like Vicky's like overall page, like in the major side of things, it's Spike City. 3rd at the US Open last year, 3rd at the 2024 PGA Championship, 2nd at the 2023 PGA Championship, 4th at the 2022 Open. So in the last 4 years, he's had a 4th place finish or better in one of the years.
Yeah. And he doesn't have one yet in 2026.
No, it's never happened at Augusta either. So the 7th at Augusta is so like That's like
it's either happening. It's either happening this week or it's at the Open.
Or it's not, and we look like complete idiots.
But that would break a 4-year in a row streak.
And it's the years where, I mean, look, in 2025 he gained nicely around the greens. In 2024 he gained nicely around the greens. This was Oakmont, thick ass rough, right around the greens.
Sure, yeah.
Chop that, just chop it out.
I just don't think when people say that's easier, that brings it brings everyone closer to each other. Yeah, but it doesn't make it easier for bad chippers to hit out a rough.
Valhalla, Victor, you know, also thickish rough around the greens, soft. There, PGA champ. This was Oak Hill. This was when he was playing. I think this is when he just moved to Joe Mayo as his like short game coach or whatever, and then quit on him afterwards. You know, he was doing all of this good stuff, yeah, in 2022.
Oh, was it Tony Finau that broke the Puerto Rico curse, or was it Hovland? Who broke it first? I think it was Finau, right?
Finau.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I almost was about to say, remember, Victor Hovland broke the curse of Puerto Rico, but it wasn't that. No. I mean, dude. Oh, but can you show me the top 10 percentages again? I think it was up to the left of your, yeah. Gosh, that looks so juicy. And top fives. Look at the top fives. Oh my God.
You know, like that is solid.
Oh my God. I mean, you could interchange Patrick Reed and Wyndham Clark. You know, it's not the same, I guess. I would kick out Wyndham Clark in this lineup and just have
for sure.
Hovland, or going from the top to bottom, Fitzpatrick, Morikawa, Rose, Henley, Patrick Reed, Victor Hovland, and kick out Wyndham Clark. But you could also have Wyndham Clark in there as well, or that's interchangeable between those bottom 4 golfers. You could just switch them up because that's you're leaving enough money on the board.
Wyndham Clark finishes inside the top 20, 12% of the time.
Same as top 10, majors. Same as top 5.
Yeah. Like that's his thing. So he's not giving you as much safety as like Victor does typically. He's obviously trending. And if you think about this golf course, maybe LACC is a US Open that you could potentially kind of use as a comp for another major that's a US Open that didn't necessarily have like as penal rough if you barely, you know, like wide fairways.
I'm going to put this lineup in my dummy lineup.
I mean, and for me, I'm curious to like what my best ranking can be then. Because we can go, these guys, it's Chris Gotterup is popping.
Yeah, well, Gotterup he's in that price range too. So you can mix and match those.
Yeah, Gotterup can mix and match Ludwig in there quite easily as well with Fitzy at 92. Ludwig's
that's only, right. Yeah, well,
$300 more.
Yep.
Then other guys that are like really going hard for me, Cam showing up there, Tyrrell Hatton at 87. We didn't even put Tyrrell Hatton in one of these lineups.
Here's the thing. You know the cascading method? We have literally the best cascading method that you can build lineups with. I mean, all these golfers are interchangeable. You have that $8,500 group where you go up to 87.
And look at this. It's like an immediate drop off. It's the big 4.
Yep.
Major guys, essentially, with ridiculously good top 20 rates and things. And then it's just boom, this value range. Bang. You know, like where's the 9K guys? There's like none of them in here.
That's because there's only like 4. There's only like 4 9K golfers.
There's Tommy down
there. There's 3 9K golfers. That's so stupid. I hate that. Just dumb salary build. Just stupid.
It's so dumb. It is. But again, look at all of this. Look at this purple. It's just you can just jam this entire range.
Literally for casuals. Literally, that's all that this is for. Just hey, everybody that doesn't do this, you know, seriously. Here you go.
So that's the thing. When they set the playground like this, we have the same rules for everybody. This to me just screams, but again, this is Scotty Scheffler, then one of these guys.
Right? Here, can I show you? Can I show you some? So I did this in a couple of my videos, both of them actually. This right here. So here's if you didn't know how to do this before, Byron, I'll show you how to do this. I think this is I just kind of looked into this. I thought this was really cool. This historic lineup filters, it looks at the 3 lineups that I record every single week, and it looks to see, well, I guess the highest priced golfer is when there's a Scotty Scheffler, basically anyone that's 14,000 up. But what you could do is if you're looking for a particular salary range, you'd go like 5,000 to 5,900 on this page right here. And what this does is whenever there's a 5K range, period, just period, not one of the lineups, just period. Whenever there's when DraftKings puts a 5K range in, you can now see what those tournaments are. And also you can see what the highest price golfer is with the lowest price golfer. So the reason I bring this up is whenever you see someone 14 or 13,000 or higher, you should just already know that's Scotty Scheffler. You should already know. But to go one filter deeper, now you come down here and you put 13,000 in your highest priced golfer, and now it's going to sort out all of the successful lineups that I've recorded to only look at Scotty Scheffler lineups when there's a 5K range, because that's what we need to look at.
Let's go. Okay.
So of these lineups, 10, 10, 8, 6, 6, 6, which is this incorporates also
5K range.
The price conversion, but hold on.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. This isn't what I remember seeing. I forgot. I want to get rid of the Tour Championship because I just saw that as one of them. So 10, 10, 8, 6, 6, 6. This is Charles Schwab Challenge. So then I would just go to this page here, look at the Charles Schwab Challenge. And I know it's not the same as the majors that we're looking at. What year was that? 2024. And what lineup was that? The GPP winner and the optimal. Okay. So you just drill down in GPP winner, and this will give you a sense of the lineup builds you can do. So just to give you an idea of what could be successful. I personally, I really don't care when it comes to like the Charles Schwab Challenge because it's not a major championship. But this gives you an idea of what you could do with a really high price golfer. So if I go ahead and drill out of this and just grab and open, like just look at all of the major championships, you can see there's 2025, basically all of 2025, PGA Championship, US Open, and the Open. So I guess that's where we're going to live, Byron.
Yeah.
So
by the way, I just want to address Sia's comment here before he goes.
Oh,
and does
Sia, what's up?
Whatever amazing things he does in the world. I have a secret, but please don't tell anyone. Sia, I have a secret for you. The people that's part of your secret have already been addressed thoroughly on the show. That's my secret to you. So now you're going to have to go back and find out if we were talking positively or not, because I'm not going to give you any clues about anything or not, because, oh my goodness, he has the guys with the green backgrounds that check all 6 boxes on the screen. Oopsie, my bad. So secret out. Okay, enough. Let's go. Let's go.
Damn it, he says. So US Open in 2025 is what we want to look at. 2025. Here's your lineup build. I told you 6,600 to like that range, that 6,600, 6,700. That is the range you kind of want to live in. And look, Victor Hovland at $8,500 when Scotty was 14.4.
There we go.
And then it goes down to 7
ownership.
67, 67, 66. And this was last year's GPP winner. I can cycle through because it's you're going to kind of see, oh, no, I don't want the optimal. Never mind. Like the SweetSpot optimal is almost the same, but you got a 6,400 with two 6,700s. So I mentioned this in my first look video because I went through the deep dive of Scotty Scheffler or not Scotty Scheffler. And if you are building a Scotty Scheffler lineup with a 5K range, again, that's the important thing here is when there's a 5K range, you look at like these are quality golfers in the 6K range. That's what happens when there's a 5K. Everything gets moved down. Everything gets prices get watered down. So if you're looking to build a Scotty Scheffler lineup, which I know you're not, but if anybody else is, 14.4, just pretend that's 14.9. Add, take, we have $200 on the table. So really you're only adding $300 to this. If you drop 300 from Hoblin, you get 8,200, and then you can do 71, 67, 67, 64. You do something like that. If I look at just the Open, here's another Scotty Scheffler lineup using a 5K golfer. 14.2 into 9,700. Then it's 69, 67, 64, 57. That's just with the sweet spot optimal. But either way, you can kind of play up a little bit. You can get expensive, but this is the range that's really important, Byron. Really important. It's that 64 to...
Yeah. I mean, dude, Haotong Li at two... But I say this now, thinking about the grand scheme of things, this is not from a Scotty perspective, from a complimentary Scotty perspective.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot more guys in play at this US Open venue that are in the price range that you need for Scotty Scheffler.
I agree. If you go and you pull up your screen, or it doesn't matter. I can pull up my screen, or if you want to pull up your screen to look at the salaries, and literally we can. Here, I'll do it.
I'm sorry. I have something pulled up for myself. Yeah, because I want to get back to this. Okay, salaries.
So that's $7,000. Go from $7,200 down to. We'll start up here. Siwoo Kim.
Yeah.
That one lineup I was showing you that JJ Spawn won the US Open last year. The GPP winner had Scotty, went to Victor, then it went to a $7,100 golfer named Sam Burns.
So yes, basically Scotty Scheffler lineup is going to have something, 4 of these names from here on down have to be in a Scotty Scheffler winning lineup.
I would, I agree. And I mean, you can stretch like a couple $100 up, you could go up to 75 and get JJ if you wanted JJ. Also another successful lineup build that Scotty had was it went from Scotty down to a 79, then a 78, and then it went whatever. So you could also kind of do something that we were already looking at. Yep, exactly. Something like that. But I think you only have like 2 types of lineup builds. You're either going to go Scotty, 2 different types of Scotty builds. You're either going to go Scotty with anyone above 8,500 up to 9,700 probably. Yeah. Like that's about it. And then you got to drop straight down into the 6K range.
Yeah. That's half your budget on 2 clicks.
Yeah. But then okay, so let's go down into the 6K range. $6,900 and down. So like you've got your boy Cam Smith there.
Yeah.
I think that's a fine play. I think Aaron Rye is a good play. Hey, how about this guy named Harris English that just rocks major championships? He was one of the guys that I said is a staple to put in your Scotty Scheffler lineups. $6,700. Dude. That is that sweet spot of Scotty Scheffler $14,000 lineups when he's 14,000 and there's a 5K range.
He's gaining 2 strokes on the field in the last 6 majors. He's gaining 1.75 strokes on the field in the last 10 majors.
Mm-hmm.
He's $6,700. Look at the strokes gained over the last 10 majors for those. This range right here has got some seriously actual value, guys. In the $6,800 spot, but then it's barren either side of them, kind of long term. But
long term, sure, still, but then you can kind of look at some of these golfers down here. Like, I don't really care that much about Fowler. I don't really care that much about Day, but Nikolai Højgaard seems like an interesting play. I don't know if that's a trap, but
he's always a trap.
Okay, well, I like Adam Scott at 66.
Yeah,
I also like Alex Fitzpatrick, who's also at 66.
Alex, 66. Alex Noren at $6,400.
There you go.
He in the last 10 majors is gaining 1.9 strokes on the field.
And look at Keegan. Look at Sung Jae. You have your Nick Taylor that someone mentioned in the chat.
Asking, yep. For me, the thing is the last 6 majors for Nick Taylor much better. The anything before that, it's been like this guy is, look at this. It's immediate, like no top 20s in majors yet, and he's making the cuts in like hardly 3 of every 10 majors. He has improved. This PGA Championship was, I think, one of his best finishes lately. He's also just no upside lately. He doesn't finish at the top of leaderboards anymore. So I'm actually kind of out, although I think it's a great course fit for Nick Taylor.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Nick Taylor taken care of. Clip that.
Yes, clip that. Are there anybody on this this screen right now, whatever you just had? Oh gosh, there's Corey Connors, Danny Berger. Danny Berger was one of those that I also liked originally, like just initially looking at the name going, oh, $6,500 Danny Berger. Like, yeah, I want him in my lineups.
So Keegan Bradley is low key. Now we get the bent grass greens, the North Poa bent, whatever you want to call it this week. Keegan's putted on those surfaces his entire life. He's grown up in New England.
Yeah.
He's a self-proclaimed New Yorker now. The Ryder Cup captain who went down in infamy but still gets USA chance everywhere he goes.
Yeah.
That guy who is an emotional sponge where he'll absorb anything the crowd gives him, and they could give him a lot, given the fact that he is in majors one of the better chippers in the field. And if you take a look at Keegan Bradley's like chipping, just in a snapshot of his career, it's got significantly better lately. Like, look at how much better he's got at chip. He used to just be like a normal chipper. Granted, now it's happened as he's got worse on approach a little bit, but he's chipping really well in the last year and a bit. Like really well.
Just shows you that he doesn't really bleed strokes. Like he's always going to be in it.
Yeah. Exactly. And he's one of the few guys that is a total driver of the golf ball, hits fairways and has distance. Like finding anybody that you can filter 0.1 on either side of these two columns is tough. He gives you that. He gives you that. And then his biggest issue is kind of his irons lately. Yeah. But again, he's chipping so well. And, this kind of situation, Keegan in majors, missed the cut at the PGA Championship, but just finished 19th at the Memorial, 19th at the Truist, 12th at the RBC Heritage. So he's given you like 3 solid top 20 finishes in big events coming in, $6,400, kind of a great course fit. The course fit is 31st in the model for me.
Yeah.
At $6,400, that's a 22 spot ranking. These both Alex Noren and Keegan popping pretty hard. Sam Stevens doesn't have data, I don't think.
He's right there, third from the bottom. Yeah. You're looking at him.
What's he? Oh, he is. Okay. So yeah. But
I didn't mean to derail you. I just saw his around the green stats in majors, and I was like, "What the heck? That's pretty good."
Yeah. You got to remember, there's certain. That's
like one event.
That's what I need to get up to tomorrow morning. Is like getting my major. You sync the major side of like each individual thing, so you can go deep dive quickly the majors that he's gone into. It's on a different sheet of mine entirely. But I wouldn't imagine Sam Stevens has played a lot of major golf lately.
Sure.
In fact, you can like go over here and see he's, it's, you can tell like if it's square numbers, 20% and things like that, it's like less than 10, obviously. Maybe
I don't remember.
5.
Okay. I don't remember what it was. I compared Brian Harman to someone from the 2018 US Open. I literally can't remember off the top of my head what it was, but doesn't Brian Harman seem like he'd be a decent fit?
Fantastic fit. Let me guess, could it have been Zach Johnson?
It probably was Zach Johnson. Yeah, no, it was probably Zach Johnson.
It could have even been Matt Fitzpatrick at the time. In 2018, Matt Fitzpatrick is not the Matt Fitzpatrick you know now. Like look at all of these. Daniel Berger wasn't this entire area, distant. Look at this.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, these are all guys that don't have lots of distance. That just this is wide open this week, Dalbo. And I had something pulled up earlier that I want to share. Okay, this is now deep into the weeds.
I think this is the best hour we've probably had ever because we're not even staying on script. We're going, and we don't even have a script, everyone, but we were literally just looking at approach golfers on my site about to get to around the green. And now we have deep dived Scotty Scheffler lineups, and now we're into golfers with 3+ majors since whatever you're about to show us.
World War II.
Yeah, no, this is great. This is great. This is how my brain works too. This is wonderful.
Let's go. Okay, so these are guys. Let me read you because I pulled it up while we were going. Golfers with 3+ majors since all 4 majors were played simultaneously post World War II. Basically, since my dad was born in 1962-ish, is like 1946, I guess. Ben Hogan was doing stuff. So the percentage of wins that each major contributed to the 156 total majors between all of these guys.
Yeah.
Okay. Overall, the Masters has contributed 41 of them, which is 26%. Small difference to US Opens. It's only 22% of them, 35. But what I found way more interesting is if you make the sample size a bit smaller with these dudes, if we remove the group with only 3 total majors, we were looking for the Grand Slam and have a bit more like of the bona fide guys. We have won multiple 4+ majors over here on this side of the column. There are 3 of them who didn't get it at the US Open because the US Open was won only 17% of the time by these guys. These are the most prolific major winners in all of golf. And they only won this tournament of all of the 4 majors 17% of the time. The Open Championship and the Masters is like 32 and 29. Like those. That's
kind of interesting about the Open. I get it with the Masters. The Masters would make a lot of sense, but the Open being kind of the Open being higher than the Masters makes no sense to me.
Okay, I mean, there's like Tom Watson's an American who thrived at the Open, and then this random Peter Thompson guy had 5.
Just straight up 5.
So that kind of skews that a smidgen, but there are certain guys that like
gotcha.
Whatever, but still, even if you remove that, it's still the US Open is only at 17% of this total. And it's just so much more difficult because I pulled up where the hell is it? Here it is. Completely disgusting looking chart that's still kind of making its way into production here. But this is the best finish in a major prior to winning the major.
That's
at
right.
All of the various majors, right? So look at the color coding speaks for itself at this golf course. It is just typically been a way more variable, volatile event. Everyone with Masters wins and Open wins.
Yep.
You can see how the 2 stats that I had over there are correlating to like best finishes with repeat offenders in those things. So there are just so many more golfers that can win the US Open for some weird reason because of the variance involved, I think, off the tee for some reason. Like, I don't know who the hell knows what the reason is.
The US Open, if you just think of it, that and the Open are kind of similar as they grow up the grass, and not so much the Open does this. The Open just has fescue, if you're way offline, you're in the fescue. What that lends itself, and in the US Open, it's like rough is not cut equally everywhere because it's impossible for some of the mowers to get down in certain areas. So you're not going to get a perfect cut all the way through. So it's when the US Open has the stupid long rough that it does to make this the hardest tournament that you can ever play, you're at the luck of the draw when it comes to what lie you're going to get anywhere on the golf course except for the fairway. But sometimes you land in the stupid divot, but when it comes to everything else, they make the US Open really hard, and they make the greens firm as hell and super fast. So if you don't hit the fairway, you're kind of screwed. And they also don't make it easy to hit the fairway all the time. Like, sure, this time fairways are wide.
Different.
They were wide at the Aaron Hills. They weren't wide at Pinehurst. They weren't really that wide at Oakmont. They, so
wide at LACC though, where
where
a 75th showed up and won.
Yeah,
Wyndham Clark's best major finish was 75th when he won the US Open.
Yeah, and that's because those fairways were super wide. Super
it's kind of
wide.
like this week in a weird way.
Sort of. Yeah.
Width-wise.
Yeah. Well, that's why I mentioned Wyndham Clark when we were building that very, very balanced lineup. It's like, put Wyndham Clark in there because not only is he on a heater, I mean, geez, he's got a good chance to win this thing too, just based off of nothing really being an issue off the tee for him. If you just find the fairway, the 60-yard wide fairways, like, yeah.
And he can hit 3-wood on them.
You know what? He's going to be that much more loved because of what he did up in Canada, wearing the Jack Hughes jersey and then just getting a birdie. Yeah.
Dude, I'm just trying to have my guy finish 5th for to cash one of my every single bet I hit placed this week last, by the way. 3 hours into the show, this is kind of the world I'm living in. I had a Wyndham Clark outright and a top 5. All I need was a birdie on 18, the par 5. No. Wyndham Clark's getting booed from across the way on his approach shot coming into the green because he decided to wear the Jack Hughes jersey the day before. And because he's such a tool, the Canadians, who are such renowned, nice people, decided to take it over the line and harass this guy the whole of today.
That's hilarious. Hilarious.
Because of one funny gesture on the rink hole. Random tangent, but yeah, there's your 2023 US Open winner, full circle there. But again, here's Brooks, prime major winner, Oak Hill, classic US Open venue type situation. No, where was this? This was Bryson. It was PGA Championship. This was Pinehurst. Oakland.
Bryson, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So, I think it's open to a lot more people this this week.
Yep. And I do not have an issue with that.
So like guys that have top 2, I don't think I've added the PGA Championship to this, but here's everybody that has top 2s without the PGA Championship being added. Guys that don't have a top 2 in the last little while. Tommy Fleetwood, Tyrrell Hatton, Patrick Reed, Patrick Cantley, Chris Gotterup, Russell Henley, Shane Lowry, Ben Griffin. They all have, prior to Ben Griffin, they all had top 5s in majors, but not a top 2. So this tier of guys doesn't typically make it onto my betting card. But like this week, Patrick,
you're considering
Reed,
it.
Tyrrell Hatton, Russell Henley at the US Open. If you have a top 5, all of these guys have just finished really nicely in recent majors as well. So they definitely have that top 5 finish. They can go on and do it. Cam Smith just finished nicely at the PGA Championship. So does have that second place as well. So like that's how I'm kind of approaching it this week. But it's worth noting that these guys that have typically dominated this venue just couldn't get across the line nearly enough. There were certain guys that they hung their hat on it. Like Ben Hogan basically got half of his majors at the US Open. Lee Trevino got a third of them. Brooks has got half of his majors at the US Open, basically. Ernie Els had got half of his majors at the US Open. So there's certain venues that have rewarded certain guys that didn't thrive at the Masters or the Open Championship sometimes. So I thought this was interesting to note.
It's cool. It's fun.
Especially this week with how the off the tee stuff kind of works. I think everyone is live.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Kind of
for the main attraction.
Yeah. Let's okay, so we went from actually on the cheat sheet, sorry. We're down here. We're looking at top approach players. That's where we're coming back to. Top approach players. And we got down to Victor Hovland. That's where it stopped. And then we got into our deep dive of the 8K range, and then the Scotty Scheffler lineups, and then all the other stuff that came after, all the good stuff.
Scroll up a bit more for us in the box, yeah, so we can just get it to the top again for Victor.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. Sorry. Well, okay. So let's only talk. Anyway, let's only talk down to, Danny Berger. We can go all the way down to Daniel Berger.
Okay.
So there's Victor Hovland at the top. Fitzpatrick coming in, or Alex Fitzpatrick. We kind of already talked about him, right? With off the tee, so we can move on past him. There's Højgaard, Nikolai Højgaard. You said it was a trap. It still could be a trap.
I know it's a trap, and I'm cool going into the trap.
Yeah, that's good ball striking, and at least break even around the green. Oh, I got Ryan Gerard wrong at the Memorial. I was like, nope, I'm not playing him after he top 10 or whatever he did the previous tournament. How do you feel about Ryan Gerard?
Bad around. Go to the last 7. What's his last 7 around the green look like? Because the last 7 of his life has changed completely. Has Ryan Gerard?
This is sorted by OWGR,
which he'll be up there.
Ryan Gerard will be up here.
Yeah, but I think if you just filter off the tee again for him, he's been pretty solid.
Or approach. You want me to look at approach?
Yeah, that's probably a good way. I don't know. Where are you, Ryan Gerard? There we are. Under Sepp Straka and Patrick Cantley, about a third of the way from the bottom. There, stop. There. Oh, it's worse. So I'm out. It's a very easy situation there.
Okay. I haven't gotten him right yet. In the beginning of the year, he started off strong, and then I don't know what happened. He kind of fell off, and then he had a really good finish 3 weeks ago or whatever before the Memorial. I can't remember what tournament that was.
He's been playing great, whatever. But it's been all putting. He's just been putting his brains out.
Yeah.
And the Charles Schwab, I think he played nicely at.
I don't like Ryan Gerard.
That's an obvious course misfit.
Okay. Yeah, I like it.
With the approach, with the around the green stuff.
We already talked about 75% Scotty, and that's Rory. Aaron Rai is in that pivotal price point, and his approach is good. His off the tee is pretty good. His around the green is pretty good. Putting is terrible. But he did just win a PGA championship. So
in a very similar area of the world.
Yeah.
He's going to be hitting from the fairway all the time.
All the time.
All the time. So
the only thing is wind would have to pick up for him to kind of not play as well, but I think he's still pretty good in the wind.
He's still going to be hitting from the fairway.
Yeah, that's
more
true.
than everybody else. And he's good around the green. If your biggest issue is putting, I don't care. He's so solid around the green right now, and he's riding. Oh. I mean, he's obviously a major champion now, so he's got that. Not a 19th place finish anymore. It's a win, which is insane.
We've been talking about Patrick Reed for a while. Now we finally get to a point where he shows up on the stat leaderboard that we're looking at.
I mean, there it is. That's why you're going to it, because
this is mostly distance and accurate. It is also accuracy, but
it's not a good driver of the golf ball.
No,
it's never been.
I think it's fine. Yep, I like them.
Again, think mediocre golfers off the tee this week are going to kind of just fall through the cracks.
Agreed.
Some are going to drive the ball badly. Some are going to drive the ball well. It's going to be whatever. But the fact that we are filtering by the best approach players in this thing, and he's got a stat that's next to it that's vital this week. That's
yes, yeah, he's gonna be at the top of that one. Else. Him and Cam Smith, yeah.
So, yeah.
Miles Russell. I don't really care to talk about Miles Russell.
I think I don't think he's got tons of distance off the tee, so I think he's fine. I think you can click him into 2% of your lineups. I like the fact that he sucks off the tee. So I think that's distance. I think he's 18 years old. The guy doesn't have like, he's not like a peak athlete yet either. He's a young 18.
No, he's one of those auto, just
fair.
No clicks. Yeah.
That's fine.
Hey, don't you have a stat with Hideki Matsuyama at US Opens that makes him like the best US Open golfer? Not of all time, but like of all of his majors, the US Open's the best.
His approach play in US Opens is better than Sam Burns' putting at the Valspar.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
Which is one of the all-time peak strokes gained stats at a venue, you know, that people have like 4+ tournaments at.
So a golfer who is notoriously bad this year on driving accuracy, does it really matter at this event? And if it doesn't, if Hideki already elevates his game at a US Open and his approach is still pretty decent and he's one of the best around the green, I mean, seriously, he's got to be top 5 around the green. Just the guy can hit some really good shots
from tight lies.
Yeah.
You know, like he's not you know, like I'm not concerned about, I'd almost want him chipping than putting.
Yeah, that's like, true. Absolutely. He probably like makes so more
lethal.
Yeah.
And this is the perfect, this was built for Hideki Matsuyama, this golf
What's his
course.
Price tag? I forget.
He's 66-1. I'm probably going to be betting Hideki Matsuyama to freaking, I don't know what I'm going to do with him, but.
Oh, he's right here. $7,600.
Yeah, bro. I mean, that. He, for me, and Hideki, I think, played nicely when he played the last time. I can't remember what he did. Hideki finished 16th here in 2018.
And he was coming in with better off the tee stats.
Yeah, much.
But around the same approach and same around the green. Like that's just who Hideki is.
Yeah. And he's putting better now, I think, too. Right? I don't know.
Debatable. Like stat-wise, probably, because everything else is just that much worse.
Yeah. Hideki is actually fractionally gaining in majors, putting-wise. He is one of the best around the greeners in majors as well. Like, major-wise, Hideki is behind Sungjae, Maverick McNeely, Patrick Reed, Cameron Smith, Jason Day.
Sungjae is he's in that 6K range, that
major wise
6,400.
Yeah. Andrew Putnam, Minwoo Lee.
Oh boy.
6,900. Ricky has chipped himself pretty nicely in majors as well at $6,700. And there's Adam doing some good work in the major chipping department. Keegan doing some good stuff. We're back at the chipping.
We kind of have a core of good players like in that 6 to 7K range, you know, including even Hideki at $7,600. All right, Danny Berger is the last guy that around the green stats that looks terrible. I don't know. Actually, he is really bad at chipping. I was watching one of the last events he was at, and it's like he was all over.
In 2022, I wrote an article. My very first article was for the Honda Classic at PGA National. And I remember Daniel Berger led the PGA Tour in scrambling in 2022.
So maybe there's just some weirdness going on with those.
No, he got injured and he's sucked. He's lost his touch. Like he spent time away from the game and has not
wrist issues. Right? That's what his major injury was.
And I think back.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm talking shit. I'm going full Keith Stewart on you, yeah. I don't know. And by that we're referencing a 90-minute segment ago. But yeah.
About Colin Morikawa in his back. Yeah.
I don't know. But either way, it's not the same anymore.
Yeah. I don't either. I have no idea why he got worse, but it's bad. And he was, I think he was in one of my lineups that I was hoping, I don't know if he missed the cut or if he just went like 64th place after making the cut, but I can't remember what it was. It was like 2 shots around the green that he hit to like 10 feet or something like that, and then missed the putt, or 12 feet. And I was only watching it from Shot Tracer or Shot Link. I wasn't watching it like, I have no idea what his chipping looks like, but it's like, I think he was in the fairway and just hit it to 12 feet, and he was maybe 30 feet away. How do you do that? Why do you do that?
He's lost it. So could he show up this week? Yes. Will he? Likely? No.
All right, here you go, buddy. Around the green.
Yeah, we are. These are the.
We're going down to Siwoo, and we ain't going any further from Siwoo.
These are your value plays. The guys that can rock your world.
So for those that are just showing up now, what we did is we looked at lead-in data from 2018 and found that golfers, and just to show this, I guess, this is what we were looking at from the 2018 US Open, how much green, which means top 20s, show up with around the green, and how very few 85s missed cuts there were. And we went through all the stats. We don't have to do that right now. We went through all the stats.
The one that we found almost the most correlation with, or like higher floor plays, were the around the green guys, because we're going to be chipping a lot of the time this week.
We are comparing 1-to-1 lead-in data. Not what happened at the event. It was what was coming into the event with those players and then their results. So, I mean, Byron, I see some really bad names on this list that I'm just going to say those are auto fades. We know they're going to miss the cut. But then there are some names we've already talked about that I'm excited to bring up again. We've already talked about Cameron Smith. Top of the list.
Yeah.
Around the green. Top of the list. Already talked about him. We like him.
And he just changed his coach a couple months ago, and his iron play has been, his entire game has got better.
And we're not that worried about his off the tee stat, because this has most to do with accuracy. And these are 60-yard fairways. So that's why we are okay with the negative off the tee stat from Cam Smith.
He's going to be hitting 5 to 10% less fairways than the field, but that's still going to be in the 60% range this week.
Yeah.
Which is kind of, the beauty of the situation.
We don't really have to worry about that with Pat Reed. He looks good. Oh, hey, there's Matt Fitzpatrick. We already said this is a great course fit for Matt Fitzpatrick. Matthew Jordan, which I got excited. I saw M Jordan when I went through my player by player. I was like, oh, Michael Jordan? No, it was Matthew Jordan.
Who's got a hell of a links record.
Yeah.
And if you're thinking this course can be kind of linksy, look at what he does. He just gets it in the hole for 4.
What is he, 5,600 or something like that? 5,000? He's in the 5K range, if I remember correctly. 57, 58, 59. Going once, going twice.
I don't know. Jordan. Spieth, damn it. Matthew Jordan is $5,900. Yeah. Okay. I found him. Don't have data for him in the model yet because he's outside the top 150 in data golf rankings. So that'll change tomorrow.
I mean, for me, just because he's actually no, never mind.
He gains 0.6 strokes in hellish conditions. He is, dude, he's solid at the Open Championships. And that to me is more than enough. He's got major top 10s. He's got a top 10 at $5,900. Not a lot of guys have a major top 10 at $5,900.
Yeah, true.
And he's one of his main attributes is around the green.
Yeah.
It's one of his best.
I'll give him like a 4% exposure just because he's down there in that $5,900 range. You should.
Okay.
Andrew Putnam, we've already mentioned him in all of this. This is great to see him as one of the top around the green guys. He's another $5,900 golfer that like I said in my first look, he was one of 3 golfers that I was comfortable playing in the 5K range.
Facts. He'll be popular.
Oh, yeah.
But he also struggled at the RBC Canadian because he qualified for this tournament.
Yeah, he played that Monday. I was paying attention. I was looking at all the qualifiers. Yeah.
It was a playoff on Tuesday morning.
Oh my God. I didn't
For
know
him,
that. I did not know that.
So he got up there late, I think, and
Did he end up missing the cut?
destined. Yeah. Oh, dude, he was 4 over par in the first 4 holes. Like it was.
Well,
He told me he was done way before he needed to tell me. Like 4 holes in, he was done with the tournament. So I think Andrew Putnam makes a world of sense.
okay. Never mind. I was going to say last week fives are golfers who missed the cut the week before, and I was looking to see kind of what am I looking? What's the word I'm looking for? A good reason to not worry about it, but this isn't really proving out to be a good reason to not feel.
Okay, but you are.
I know what you're saying. I agree. It's because he had a very long Monday, Tuesday, and then he went to the RBC. We can give him a pass. He has to travel. I know.
No, I'm also saying is this US Open. It's not like whatever tournament they've played before the US Open. It's a US Open that's got long ass golf course with thick ass rough where you're just pounding driver and long irons. This is like a different venue, like I think you can project a bit more this week with
it just doesn't look good.
But you can't, like I said this for the PGA Championship as well. Like it's not. We've had 2 very unique golf courses that have 2 fundamentally different parts of the course that like affect different skill sets way more in majors than we typically see.
Listen, the only me bringing all this up, I like Andrew Putnam just as a name, just as a skill set. Like I like Andrew Putnam. What I just saw with the bucket system, I'm gonna pump my brakes. Like instead, and what that means, Byron, is I was probably willing to play 9% of Andrew Putnam. I'm probably dropping him down to like 5 or 4%. Like
yeah, that's fine.
So it's bringing me back to earth. Like, don't get too excited about this guy.
Yeah, but he's not going to perform in majors typically very well again. But what are most majors? Mash driver, mash long iron.
Yeah.
This is Andrew Putnam's chance. Kevin Kisner's of the world could thrive this week.
Yeah, and it looks like he does well when it comes to just U.S. Opens in general.
Yeah,
maybe that's one finish, but maybe it's not. Anyways, I'm not touching Taylor Montgomery. I don't care.
No.
I can't. He still has the ugliest golf swing in the world, and that includes that weird wacky guy from Asia that swings all over his feet move all over the place.
Yep.
Adrian Dumont Dechasar. I don't think I can get there with him. I'd like his approach to be better.
I will play maybe as like a first round leader guy. He's got insane first round leader numbers.
Okay.
ADDC.
Yeah. I thought he was more of a masher off the tee. Is he not?
Oh, he's very inaccurate, probably.
Okay.
Or hits it once every now and then into a really bad spot. Who knows?
Fair enough. Jason Day. This is weird. Like, how is he that bad on approach?
He gave an answer about it the other day. But Jason Day on around the green play.
Well, yeah.
Majors, like there's no one. Max Griesemann is ahead of Jason Day, but I think that's sample size related because no one really should be ahead of Jason Day in majors around the greens. Max Griesemann's got 7 major starts. 2 of them are cuts. So it's basically 24 rounds of golf. And he's chipped himself into contention in every single one of these majors, man.
Good for him.
Max Griesemann. So he's definitely okay. Sorry, Jason Day, deservingly behind Max Griesemann around the greens.
So are you... I don't know what I'm trying to ask here. I personally just don't I'm kind of back in this. I have this weird peaks and valleys type of feelings or relationship with Jason Day. And the peak is I'm okay playing him. The valley is this guy sucks, and I blacklist him. That's my valley. I've blacklisted Jason Day for my DFS lineups more than once. I don't know how many. It's probably 3 times where I'm just like, I'm never playing Jason Day, because I'll play him at a course that I think he's a good fit at, and then he just misses the cut by doing something stupid like doubling a par 3 that's 100 yards away because he overhooks a ball 100 yards with no wind. With no wind.
Okay. Jason Day, like Justin Rose, like Xander Schauffele. Not more Xander, but Justin Rose in particular. Like, they are now just focused about having their body ready for majors. Jason Day has lost strokes around the green, Darbo, at the 2024 US Open. Where was that? Pinehurst?
Yep.
And that's the only time the PGA Championship in 2025 he lost fractionally. You have to go back to pre-COVID in 2019 before Jason Day has lost another major around the green.
Okay.
So if you think about how solid he's just been around the greens in majors, and now gets an opportunity to just flex that, like in abundance, while still hitting it really badly on approach. Like, this is just what he does as well. But for the last little while on approach,
I'm hearing that
he's barely lost on approach in majors as well. You know, like sometimes he just gets his brain, because he's a focus guy. You know, he needs to push on his palm or
midget.
He is. So, but in majors he can get it together. 13th, 8th, 23rd, and 12th in his last 8 majors.
Okay.
So he can, and at a course like this, you never know. Where did he do? 2018 US Open, missed the cut, yeah. But he gained 1 million strokes around the green. So it was one of his best. It's one of his best ever performances around the green was at this golf course in 2018.
Okay.
So,
you gave
him
him
to play a lot of him.
You gave him at least 1 click for me.
There we go. Good. If that's the lineup that brings home something for you, Dom, I'm gonna be
the cheddar.
So
brings home the cheddar. Do you have anything to say about Ethan Fang? I could not care less.
No.
Okay. Justin Thomas. This is a question in my chat. Was like, how do we feel about Justin Thomas? Along with Fleetwood and Bobby Mack, we kind of touched on everybody else but Justin Thomas. So here we are. How do we feel about JT?
Usually
all stats are positive, technically, but 3 of them are at 0. They're right at break even.
The approach play takes a ding because he struggles off the tee, but he's actually been driving the ball better lately as well. And he struggles to drive the ball in majors. This is a golf course that's perfect for Justin Thomas.
Yeah.
Like,
agreed.
You know what I'm saying? Like, he's in that same ilk as Cam Smith in a weird way, but obviously much better iron player, just finished really nicely at the PGA Championship and can chip like really well. Like, it's one of his main strengths. So
I also saw him one time on a Grant Horvat video chip in to win a match against Grant Horvat. That must mean he's really good around the green.
Dude, I'm telling you, man. He's especially when the camera comes on.
Yeah, exactly.
JT finished 6th year, and he actually lost around the greens this year in 2018 when he played. Yeah,
okay.
But off the tee, he gained over a stroke per round off the tee. It was one of his best major driving performances of his career.
What did he finish in 2018?
Justin Thomas's that's PGA Championship, sorry.
Okay.
US, I was looking at 2018 PGA, US Open, damn it. Solid still, 25th, my bad. Gained across the board.
He was coming into that event. He was $11,000. He's one of the most expensive golfers coming into it. And his stat profile probably was the best, honestly. That thing looks
Look
Immaculate.
at this. This is 2018,
Yeah.
2007. It's obviously, yeah. 2017 was this. What, Jesus? PGA Championship winner, Sony Open. Jeez, dude, just
Wow.
freaking going nuts.
Wow.
2017.
Yeah.
This was when he did most of his work on the PGA Tour. I mean,
Yep.
that 2-year period, he had 8 wins, and he's had less than that. 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 8.
Yeah.
As many forever since, like insane. So I don't know. I think I'm typically out on JT, but the fact of the matter is he just finished really nicely at the PGA Championship.
He's got really good recent form coming into this event, by the way.
Yeah,
so
yeah. For me, I mean, look, this is really bad. That, we filtered by salary, and you can see those around him have significantly more green, and it's those like
true.
Hovland and
at least there are
Rose
percentages, though, right?
What?
At least there are percentages, though, like not zeros.
Well, yeah. I mean, this is also freaking Justin Thomas we're talking about.
I know.
The fact that but again, this 4th place finish at the PGA Championship is like his 4th top 5 ever in a major.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So like he's just coming off his 25% of his total majors in his career was the last major he just played. So Justin Thomas, poor major track record, but he's starting to move in the right direction. 25th year last time he played. Whatever. Cheap. Back to your stuff.
Okay. So what did we say? We're going down. We're going down to Siwoo.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll scroll up a little bit to Justin Thomas. Sungjae Im's the next one. His price point 6,400. That's kind of like when it comes to building Scotty Scheffler lineups. It's kind of a price tag we're looking for.
Yeah,
somewhere in that 6K range. And I mean, we've all known Sungjae to be a good ball striker. He just obviously has struggled over the last year and not hit very good approach shots. He's a bit Jekyll and Hyde right now as well. He's either top 15ing or top 20ing or top 10ing or whatever his events, or he's missing the cut by just ridiculous margins. So how, on a scale of 1 to 10, how comfortable would you be playing Sungjae this week? 10 being like the most comfortable.
10, I'll give you 10% per rating, and I'll say like 1.
Really?
Half, because the ball striking, it's like he's not the greatest in majors in general, but I love the around the green play. Yeah, I mean, this is what this guy does. His irons have been so bad for so long. He's just been chipping his face off forever. He's got really good at it. So,
Gosh, I wish I had a player profile so we could like sort by years or look at years and just see what his end of the year stats look like. Because when in time, I mean, if we go back prior to 2024 and we look at like Sungjae Im's strokes gain stats, that has to be flipped. His approach has to be plus 0.4 and is around the green. I wouldn't say it's negative, but it can't be as positive as it is right there.
2024, he was gaining a quarter of a stroke, pretty much. His entire career.
Oh, his around the green stats are just always been good.
Always been good. This is the perfect way to describe how cumulative around the green stats work. He hasn't necessarily become a better chipper.
Yes, right.
He's just become a worse iron player,
right.
and the result looks like he's chipping much better than he always has because he's had so many more opportunities to chip. So there you have it in the poster child of context in strokes gained.
Yeah,
around the greens. Clip that.
Yeah, clip that.
We're going to take a look at your final couple lists.
Wow, Scotty Scheffler's up there. That's crazy. How could he be like a leader in a lot of these stats? That's weird. It's not because he's the #1 golfer in the world, right? Can't be. Harry Hall. How are we feeling about Harry Hall? I think, wouldn't this be a good course fit for him?
Yeah. I just had Harry Hall for a top 30 bid at the RBC Canadian. He was sitting 5th
Yeah, he was. What happened?
More recently, I think he finished 39th. So
Oh
I lost
my
that
God.
bet. Well, I lost every single bet I placed this week.
Oh my
And
God.
at one point, I think basically every single one of my guys was inside the top 5, give or take.
Well, he shot a 72 on Saturday.
Yeah, there we go. Well done. And then today was even worse. He kind of flew down the leaderboard today.
He shot 69 today. Not good enough. Not good enough. Yeah.
Didn't help. But and that 72 on Saturday was after eagling the first hole. So that's Harry Hole for you.
Yeah. He went eagle, then 3 bogeys in the next 4 holes.
He's like, oh my God, I'm like 5th. Like,
I'm allergic. I'm allergic to the top of the leaderboard.
Can't do it. I need to eject and not have Byron, cash a nice top 30 on me again.
Okay.
Tommy the Hideki, yes.
JB is an automatic cross off for me.
No.
He was in the qualifier where my friend, and probably the qualifier I would have been in if I could have at least signed up and got into it and then made the qual. I would have went to the same one that my buddy went to, that JB Holmes was. JB Holmes shot like a 62 or 63 for his second 18. He shot like 70 or something like that and ended up being second in that qualifier.
That's the thing, man. These guys are JB so
Holmes.
good.
Yeah,
they're so good.
I know.
Forever.
Right.
Their baseline is so good.
Yeah, we haven't talked about Ben Griffin yet. This seems like a good course for Ben Griffin.
For how he's currently playing?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like really good.
What is his price tag? What is Ben Griffin at? Oh, there he is. 7 flat. All right. That whole Siwoo Kim 7,200, this right here to go with like Scotty Scheffler lineups, the fact that Ben Griffin is in that range, like, sign me up.
Yeah. No. PGA Championship 14th, 3rd at the Cadillac, 3rd at the Charles Schwab. And now we get to go to a place like Ben Griffin thrives in hellish conditions when it's like really, really hard. And he's chipped and putted his brains out in majors.
Yeah,
so good. Like this is perfect situation for him.
I like it. John Rahm, nothing really needs to be said there. We've already spoken about him. Haven't really spoken about Wyndham Clark or Keegan Bradley. These are golfers that were right next to each other in pricing, weren't they? Or well, no, Keegan Bradley's 7,300 and Wyndham's 7,900 or something like that.
Wyndham's $7,800. Keegan Bradley is
not 73.
6,400.
What? Keegan Bradley's 6,400?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I think we saw Alex Noren and Keegan Bradley next to each other when we were looking at my stuff.
Okay.
$6,400 each.
Start at Wyndham. I mean, we already talked about Wyndham. Never mind. We don't need to talk about Wyndham. His stats profile looks really good.
For this, it's emphasizes good, eliminates bad.
Yep. Keegan, approach not so great. We already covered Keegan though also, so this is good. Kimsey, we kind of mentioned him.
Yeah.
Patrick Cantlay. First time talking about neckbeard Patrick Cantlay.
I don't know if I can't trust him in a major, but I mean, what is he's like? And the thing is, he's priced what? He's priced at $7,300. Okay, that to me is like it's better, but he's priced beneath Wacko Neiman. But again, Patrick Cantlay, what is he doing? I mean, his last 6 majors, he's not even gaining over a stroke on the field in majors. He's just like a major letdown all the time. But like it makes sense. He's really good around the greens, but I don't know. I'm not necessarily thrilled about Cantlay this week.
Yeah. Minwoo and Siwoo we've already talked about.
Yep.
So that's your top 20. And if we were to pick 10 golfers to miss the cut, I'm going to say JB Holmes is easy to miss the cut. Actually, I don't even think it's going to be 10. Well, let's just do 10. I think 10 would be fun. Yeah. JB Holmes, I think, misses the cut.
Kimsey.
Yeah, Kimsey, Fang.
Harry Hall.
I'm not going to pick Harry Hall just yet. I'm going to try to argue.
Oh, we're going down in like most likely to.
Yes.
Matthew Jordan likely misses the cut. You never know. Sungjae could very well miss the cut, given how bad he can just play any given day.
Trying to think of like all the obvious ones. So that's
okay, obviously
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How many did we have here of around the green? Again, I understand people who think this is stupid to look at, but
6.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So, but these weren't all obvious names. Matt Kuchar at 7,600. Dylan Meyer. Hey, did you have him on your bingo card? You didn't even know who that is?
I don't know who he is.
Well, he finished 20th at $6,500. I didn't know who he was. Rory McIlroy at 11,500 missed the cut, by the way, in 2018. I think he missed it by 1 stroke, if I remember correctly.
Still. Matt
Jones. We all know Matt Jones.
Yeah.
But he was 66. Kenny Perry, old man Kenny Perry. That was probably an easy one. But $10,800 Jordan Spieth. So you're telling me, and $9,200 Tiger Woods. So you're telling me Jordo, Rory, and Tiger. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Of the 9 most expensive golfers at the 2018 U.S. Open, 3 of them missed the cut. That's 33%. And if you just only look at that around the green stat, they're the top priced guys with good around the green stats.
They are.
So, okay,
But I want to also argue that they're probably the more inaccurate of the tee guys too.
Well, Byron, weren't we just talking about how accuracy isn't that big of a deal here?
Well, distance. I don't know.
I know. I'm playing devil's advocate right now.
Well, yeah. I mean,
so our expensive golfers, Scotty, Tommy, is
Fitzpatrick.
Yep.
Yeah.
This is those guys, right?
A little bit of a Decky, maybe.
Nah, he's 7,600.
7,600. Yeah, that's not.
Yeah. I think this is it. And Fitzpatrick is what, 8,700, 8,900, 8,900. I'll still count that. That's like Tiger Woods, 8,900, and then Fleetwood's 9,700, and Scotty's 14,900. Would you do a miss the cut parlay with those 3 golfers? I bet you get really good odds, right?
Yeah.
I'm not saying that it's not a, again, it's not a 1-for-1. What's going to happen this year is going to be
I'm trying to wrap my brain around this all because this is the reason we like them. Now, why are we shunning them? Because they're expensive around the greeners.
This is a gut check. This is a reality check. The most expensive golfers with the best around the green stats missed the cut. I mean, there's Justin Rose, 9,900. So he actually was more expensive than Tiger Woods up here. And then there's Hideki at 8,900 as well. They finished top 10, top 20 or whatever. So like they're still good. But the most expensive, the 2 most expensive is Rory and Jordo. It wasn't Tiger. It was Rory, Jordo. Then it was Justin Rose. And
I want to say it's like they both. If I imagine what Jordan was doing in 2018, was just pounding driver anywhere, kind of thing. Well, driving, like he couldn't putt. What was Rory's putter? Putter also couldn't. He couldn't putt either. So they couldn't putt. Tiger couldn't putt, kind of. If we're glomming onto things, but one for one stuff, we're losing the plot here a little bit. But I'm bringing this up because this is just what happens every single week. We can get overexcited about a bunch of stats and
And maybe that's just fine. Just be excited about these golfers that you like and put them in your lineups. Also, I think sometimes finding reasons to not play players also, like, in a
That's
way.
my specialty.
Huh?
That's my specialty.
Well, and I always tell you should always find reasons to play players.
No, I'm so negative with it.
I think my main reason of bringing all that up would be like, don't go all in on if you needed a reason to not go all in on these golfers, the 3 most expensive golfers, maybe this is it. Maybe this is the reason not to.
And by those, we're talking about Tommy,
Scotty, and Matt Fitzpatrick.
Yeah.
Only because they're the most expensive golfers, and maybe it's just 2 of these guys that you should maybe just pump your brakes on.
Yeah, but the thing is like, I don't see there being tons of leverage on like Tommy or Fitz this week. For me, when I go all in on someone or go hard at the paint for somebody, it's when they are like 5% owned. It'll be like a Cameron Smith this week, where like if half your lineup's crushed with him in it, no one else has that guy either. You know, like I'm not like looking to go 50% of someone that when he crushes, the other half of the lineups also have him, you know, kind of thing.
Here's my hot take. Matt Fitzpatrick is the for sure miss the cut golfer.
Coming in with great form, perfect course fit, and didn't he play nicely? What did he do here? He hasn't played yet before. I thought he would have been a great situation yet too.
You want to know
the PGA?
Here's the only reason that I'm doing this. This is just straight up, again, pattern, whatever you want to call it. So of the guys that missed the cut, I looked at Jordo and what he did the year before, 35th, and then didn't play the week before, which obviously Matt Fitzpatrick did. So, okay, but 35th, go down to Rory. He had missed the cut the year before, did not play. And then Tiger didn't play the year before and didn't play the week before. And either way, so it's a missed cut and like that 20 to 40 range. And I was like, okay, well, who's our guys that we were just talking about that's like in that 20 to 40 range? Oh, there's Fitzpatrick. Okay, who missed a cut? Anybody? No, Scheffler, top 10, top 20. But then Tommy did miss the cut. So it's like, okay, well, Tommy could be the other guy. Those could be your 2 dudes that missed the cut, Fitzpatrick and Fleetwood.
What was the course they played before 2000? Erin Hills. What is Erin Hills like?
Wide open.
Similar kind of a venue.
Yeah.
Ish. But oh no, they got to minus 16 under par though.
Yeah, it was easy
without any wind.
The defense of that golf course is the wind. You want to know something funny? When I went to college at UW Stout from 07 to 2010, it was a new golf program that they were doing, and there was this lady that came over who became the new director of golf. She was I think she was the assistant golf professional at Erin Hills when it just opened up. So like she had a huge vested interest in it, or for whatever reason, I don't remember exactly how it worked. She would not stop talking about Erin Hills at all. Like she would not stop talking about it. And then they got the bid for, part of it is because they had gotten the bid for the US Open for the year that they played at 2017. Again, I went to college there 07 to 2010. So they knew that
it was coming.
Yeah, it was coming. Or at least they knew the women were playing there first, I think, is what it was. So anyways, she was talking about how tough it is, like how the men aren't going to, they won't score very well or whatever, only to come, they had no wind, and that is the main defense of that golf course is the wind.
And for Brooks to win it at like minus 16, when all of his others have been minus 4 plus 1, like that was super weird in my opinion as well. Brian Harmon finished second that week. Hideki second as well.
Oh yeah, no, Hideki had he was surging. He was surging up that leaderboard. JT was up there too, wasn't he? He shot a really low Sunday.
9th, yeah. Saturday, 63 on Saturday. Gained
Saturday.
9 strokes and then shot a 75 the next day.
Yeah, go figure.
Hideki shot a 66 on Sunday to gain 8 strokes on the field.
Yeah. I remember watching that. I can remember a lot of shots from that tournament. Can't remember many from the 2018 Shinnecock one. All I can remember is Phil. And Tommy on his last hole. That was it.
Yeah.
Now that I say that, I can remember some of Brooks' putts. And
it's all coming back to you. It's all coming back.
Yeah.
Okay. Here is anything else we want to chat about?
I think we got through the stats just fine. I mean, I'll show people the best putters that are coming into this. Hooge, Cloyven, Montgomery, Jordan, DJ, Knapp, Noren, Burns, English, DeChambeau, Harry Hall, McIntyre, Scheffler. Here's what I'll say. Whatever you see on the screen, if we already talked about them with approach and around the green, go for it. Like, that sounds good.
Yeah. Which, there's not that many names up there.
No. I mean, if there is a silver lining, I think you pick 5 golfers, because that's kind of what you just do with these stats when we've always gone through these and trying to find our elite grouping and stuff like that. Let's see. There's 1, 2, 3 top 5s, 4 top 10s. So 4. Find your 4 golfers in the 8K range, 9K range, I guess. And maybe just go with those golfers. Yeah. And there's Scotty again. Duh.
Of course. He's always showing up.
And there's Fleetwood. So maybe this is actually, maybe Fleetwood doesn't miss the cut. So that means Fitzpatrick's missing the cut for sure. Matt Fitzpatrick, like I said, that's my hot take. Matt Fitzpatrick misses the cut.
I'm tempted to bet him, but he's 28-1, which everyone else that we chatted about, like I'm seeing 40s and some 50s, which I'm going to probably be doing this week, is that kind of range.
You're going to play Bobby Mack? That's another guy in my chat, or someone in the chat said, how do you feel about Bobby Mack?
The benefit of being in the fairway this week, he's driving the ball really well, especially if you go like the last 7 weeks. I think he's driving the ball even better than the 0.3 that he's seeing there. The iron game sucks, but he's chipping and putting it well too, so I think, and I love him in seriously difficult conditions. He's obviously right up there in those types of venues. So
if you had to pick 4 golfers to finish inside the top 10, I'm just going to pick it like that. I think you could build a lineup with these guys, could you not?
Oh my goodness. Well, yeah.
Scheffler, Cam Smith, Harris English, Noren. I know Noren's 64. English is 67. Cam Smith was 78, 77?
69.
Oh, Cam Smith is 69. There's your 6Ks.
This is what I'm saying with him, is he's mispriced, like, for what he can give you. Look, there's risk, obviously, involved, but what does Scotty Scheffler give you if you click his name right away? Leftover salary wise,
7,020.
7,020. So Cam Smith gives you extra salary if you just click his name next. Yeah, you've got 7,050 left now if you click Cam Smith's name after Scotty Scheffler. So, I mean, that is something that I'm in the, and then you can add salary by clicking English. You can add salary by going
$7,500 left.
Alex Noren is in there. Yep.
Okay, so then I want an around the green guy that's not any of them. Oh,
what?
They were just
7,500.
What's that? Actually, just maybe to fill out my card if I can. Do we go down to Keegan?
Buddy,
It's another $6,400. Nah, I don't want that many. I don't think.
JJ Spawn.
Actually, hold on. No. I was making this argument. You could do 4 6Ks and then do a 9K golfer. 87. There's Ty Hatton and Morikawa.
Rose. JT. You know, fiddle around with a couple other guys. You can get freaking Fitzy in there as well.
Or I guess if you put Putnam in there. 9,200, you get Oberg. I feel like oh my god. I was gonna say Fitzpatrick instead of Matt Fitzpatrick. Oh my god, dude. It is.
I call him now when I type Fitzmatrick.
Fitzmatrick?
Fitz, and then I change the P to an M for him and then make him Matrick.
That's
and then
awesome.
When it's his brother, I just do Fitzpatrick. And I just capitalize the A and I take away the P. So that way it's just
the geriatrics. The geriatrics. We've lost the plot now.
We've lost it at the 4-hour mark. Exactly. But
see you later.
To me, then you can go, I mean, you can get rid of Putnam and then you can get like some Patrick Reed or Russell Henley.
Then 71. Oh, it's so close to Siwoo. Ben Griffin.
I
like how we just both said that at the same time. Like, yeah, that's the one. That's the one.
So
Siwoo into Patrick Reed. Oh my God, there it is.
So I think I'm going to adopt this kind of situation, but now take out Scotty Scheffler's name. Okay, now what? Now who do we like the least of this bunch? Take out Noren. Now we go shopping. Like this is the best part about this is John Rahm and then Tommy Fleetwood. So would you take John if you could ask anyone, would you take John Rahm and Tommy Fleetwood, or would you take Alex Noren and Scotty Scheffler straight up 2v2?
I mean, it's an obvious answer. I know that 2v2.
So I think build yourself Scotty Scheffler lineups and then just take him out and then click out one other guy that you've got in there or two, and then you just throw a bunch of 8Kers in there.
It's a good way to think.
I don't know. This is what we think of on the Monday. It's US Open Monday, baby. Here in Central Iowa / Minnesota.
True. Oh my God. There's just so many different ways to think of lineup building.
Last thing I want to do as we get out of here is just reality check on filtered by DK price, and we're going to just take a look at some will he or won't he. We're going to look for red boxes and kind of figure out, okay, does a red box get eliminated quickly? Just like rapid fire.
Yeah.
I'm just in the mood for this. Cameron Young, red box, win or not this week? No. Tommy Fleetwood, win or not? Ludwig, win or not?
No.
Tyrrell Hatton, win or not?
No.
Justin Rose, win or not?
No. If there's a place to win a U.S. Open, this is it for Justin Rose.
Gotterup, Hovland, Henley, Reed.
I'm gonna say yes to Hovland. Hovland's getting a U.S. Open win. Yep.
Okay. I think I'm going to be betting Patrick Reed and Justin Rose for sure.
I'm also
Sam Burns. Sorry.
Yeah. Nope. I was getting ahead of you. I'm gonna say yes to Sam Burns getting a top 5% or top 5.
This will be Sam Burns' first top 5 in a major in his life.
I think he's out for revenge from last year.
He just had a chance to have his 4th top 5 in the space of 13 months.
Stick it to the USGA. Didn't give him a free drop from standing water.
There's always something. He tried to hit in the water at Memorial, and there was a bridge in the way. Maybe you should just hit it to where there are more bridges.
Clip it.
Wako Neiman, does he have his first top 5 in a major?
No.
Does Siwoo Kim have his
Yes.
first major top 5 since 2021? Okay.
I'm just gonna say yes to all of these, and I know you can only have 5 inside the top 5.
I was trying to do the
one
math
of
in my
them.
own head.
And I'm just gonna say clip it. You know, like I said it. You just go watch. I said it.
Peter Griffin could have his first top 5.
Actually, no.
Christopher Wrighton looking for his first top 20 in the major.
No.
Okay. Maverick McNeely looking for his first top 10 in a major.
So close, but no. It's close. No.
Jake Knapp injured. We'll leave him alone. No. Nikolai Højgaard looking for his first top 10 in a major since 2021.
I don't think so.
Akshay Bhatia top 10.
No.
Alex Fitzpatrick first major top 10.
No. Well, I'll be happy if he top 20s.
Jacob Bridgman first top 40 in a major.
Yes. That was easy. No.
Davey Puig first top 10.
No.
Alex Noren first top 10
No.
since 2021. Jackson Coyven top 40.
Yeah.
Nick Taylor top 20.
No.
Fox top 10.
No.
Herbert top 10.
No.
Sam Stevens top 20.
No.
No. Harry Hall top
Nope.
10.
Nope.
Davis Thompson looking for a top 5. No.
That ain't happening.
And then we kind of get into this world where Max Griesemann is interesting to me this week, by the way. I just want to point it out there. There's a lot going on with the CJ Cup, Byron Nelson, and the PGA Championship. We know how well he chips and stuff in majors. He's popping hard in a very, very specific skill set. He's the Liam Neeson of this year's US Open, is Max Griesemann, and they have stolen his lob wedge. So he needs to find them and kill them. All right. So yeah, that's what's going on. Yeah, 4 hours, Darbo.
Yep. I say this. I probably shouldn't say this, but I'm gonna say it anyways. I'm excited to go to bed.
I am excited. When I went down to get a Arizona tea, I was contemplating getting a 200 milligrams Celsius.
Well, I did finish one of these guys before.
So we both easily had 400 milligrams of caffeine on the stream already total.
So
because caffeine is cumulative, like around the green play.
Yeah, and sometimes it doesn't really affect you that much.
No.
I had a 2-day golf event. It was a 2-man triple format. We went scramble, best ball, alternate both days. It was 6-6-6 on Saturday, 9-9-9 on Sunday.
Ooh, fun.
And your boy here was maybe a bit arrogant with his golf game and got drunk Friday night and Saturday night and got maybe a max of 12 hours of sleep before having to wake up and go have a 9 o'clock tee time. So I'm tired because I played 75 holes of golf and probably drank 30 beers over the 2 days. So
I'm so jealous of you. But not right now, because my dad bod is just sitting here healthy. Didn't touch a beer. I had one Twisted Tea grilling today.
Yeah, we finished second, envious. By the way, in our event. A couple Canadians came down and they shot really well today. It was like 30-mile-an-hour winds. They ended up shooting 63 on their scramble and best ball. So the 18 holes, we shot 65, and so they had us by 1, and then an alternate, which anything can happen in alternate. Yeah. We unfortunately shot 1 over, and they shot 1 under. So
that's where you make up the ground.
Yeah, and we played with them the day before because they're our friends. They choked hard on the alternate shot. And it would have been nice. And I kind of was feeling like because me and my buddy, that when we play, we're pretty good ham and egging everything.
Yeah.
And it just didn't work out this time. Like, we hit some good shots followed by some bad ones that we had to scramble up and down for pars. Sometimes we got the pars, sometimes we did not. So, yeah. Just
I feel you, brother. I feel you. But having you as a partner, I'm sure was a joy for him. So
yeah, it was good. It was a fun time. I enjoyed it. I only mention all that because I'm tired, but I'm excited for the U.S. Open. This was a great pod. I like how we do these things. This is great.
There is no way another pod does what we did tonight. That's just obviously not going to be the case because we went to places that we didn't even know were destinations this week, and we've visited them in a 4-hour journey. So it's taken us 10 minutes to say goodbye. That's just how the show goes.
That is also what's known as a Minnesota goodbye, Byron. We just continue talking. So you just said you want to say goodbye. Well, Byron, did you hear about blah, blah, blah? Did you hear
about how he said goodbye to Tommy?
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Yeah.
No. But
didn't even shake his hand, dude. Do you understand that? Like shaking hands is disrespect. Like not shaking hands is disrespectful. He should have shook his hand. He should have shook his hand. He never did.
Greet him when he showed up at church either.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, son of a bitch.
People, we love you. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Use code BETS26 for 50% off monthly or annual at the Model Maniac Patreon. Annual includes the Dog Dominator, which is a $50 tool that we use for best ball, which is, by the way, I'm out of best ball, Darbo. I had 13 cracks at making it through to advance, and all 13 of my lineups neither finished first nor second when they needed to.
Someone was in my live chat, Bryson Anderson. You remember Bryson being in some of those drafts that I did when we were on stream? He said because of the Dog Dominator, he got, I think, at least one, if not two, to the next stage.
You know, ultimately, I've made so much more money in doing best ball just by the Dog Dominator because everyone else seems to thrive using it, and my own dog doesn't want to listen to me.
Well,
I've yet to have
your dog is very
promiscuous.
He plays favorites. And hunches, and your hunches aren't the same as other people's hunches. But when you marry the patterns together the correct way, this happens with the bucket system too. I got to find my favorites, and I can't pick the right guys, but other people can, you know?
There we go.
It's got to start somewhere. You got to have your leans and your hunches, and you got to go with them, and hopefully they just follow through and match up with the Dog Dominator.
So there you have it. Shout out to your guy in the chat. Good luck. There's obviously the channel in the Discords. There's lots of guys that have one or two. This is all I was hoping for. Was just one. Just give me one.
Yes.
$10 lineup.
Yep.
I had two Mayo lineups at $150 a piece that I could have doubled up to $1,500 just minimum payout.
Yeah, that'd
one
be
of
sweet.
them just made it through, bro. And I finished third to a second place, which would have got me through. And it was Haotong Lee that missed both cuts leading into the final time, doing that stuff he did on Fridays that he was talking about in his interview that he'd end up doing on Saturday, which I would have loved for him to do on Saturday. I just needed you to make the cuts. Yeah. I just needed Scotty Scheffler to finish inside the top 10 instead of 13th. That was all that changed me. Thousands of dollars. Bro.
Oh my God.
Thousands of dollars. It had a Scotty Scheffler lineup that didn't make it through. And the guys ahead of me, Pat Mayo, one of them, didn't have a Scotty. That's all I needed was Scotty just to play top 10.
It's nuts,
couldn't top 10 the Memorial, couldn't top 10 the PGA Championship. And that's it. That's why I didn't win $1,500.
Sorry to hear
on that note, don't have a hat to throw.
Yeah.
But I'm excited for the US Open, so we're not going to be doing that. Make sure you go and hit the like and subscribe and comment on all of Eric's videos.
Yeah. Get yourself some entries into the giveaways.
On the way out of here, just show the people that banner. Have you got it handy?
Sure do.
There we go. This is all you got to do. Take a screenshot. If you don't remember, subscribe, comment on all of Eric's videos. One per video. You get in, off you go.
I said also, if my channel can reach 1,000 subscribers before the US Open, there's another giveaway that I'm doing that if you watch my other videos, you'll see. It's $1,000 SweetSpot DFS giveaway. Once the channel hits 1,000 subscribers, I'm giving away $1,000 worth of giveaways. One being a lifetime membership to the website that we are showcasing this entire time, SweetSpotDFS.com. Another one being an annual membership. And then I'm doing 2 $100 cash giveaways as well. I'll do a third $100 cash giveaway if we can reach 1,000 subscribers by the US Open. And basically how I'm going to do this is I am going to pull a name from the distribution list of SweetSpotDFS.com. So if you create an account there, that's how you get an entry into it. So I'm going to pull all the emails. So the first one gets the first choice. What giveaway what prize do you want? And then I'll pull a second one, I'll pull a third one, I'll pull a fourth one. I'll email everybody and just go, hey, what is your order of things that you want, out of your wins? And then I will say, whenever the first person makes their choice, I'll let you know what what everyone else picks. So,
cool.
Yeah.
Nice. Go check it out, peeps. Let's do it. We'll catch you guys next Sunday for a recap of the US Open.
Ooh, that'll be good. Yes.
And whatever tournaments after that.
Yeah.
But then,
and other things that we want to discuss.
Lots.
Yeah.
We'll have many, many hours to do so. Darbo, catch you soon.
All right, buddy.